Step into the unknown with Paranormal M, your guide to the mysterious and bizarre. Subscribe, drop a comment if you can, and turn on notifications to uncover stories that will send shivers down your spine. Join me as we navigate the shadows of the unexplained. Are you ready for the adventure? The big black bear my son sees. Hopefully this isn't related to the memes. So here's a little background information about my family. We bought our house 3 years ago when my son was 1. He started talking really well right after he turned 2. His speech went from being 1 or 2 words at a time to short but complete sentences or phrases. I also quit my job away from home to work from home around this time. That was in order to be able to stay with them 24/7. I started teaching English online and nannying a little boy. This is important because the little boy helps validate my son's experiences. I noticed my son has always stared and waved at nothing, and all the other creepy shit babies do, but this was different. One day he started randomly looking down the hallway and whining and crying. I asked him what he was crying about, and he said it's scary. So I asked him what was so scary. He said, "The bear." At this point, I thought maybe he saw one of his stuffed animals in the room that scared him, and he was remembering it. Because you actually can't see into his room from the hallway, so I asked, "Honey, what does the bear look like?" He stared at the same spot for a minute and said, "It's big and black." Unlike a lot of other people, I'm not a skeptic, and I've had a lot of paranormal experiences in my life. So I immediately believed him. He started crying again and ran back towards me. Fast forward like a week and he's been doing this every day. One day I was watching him, a little boy, I was nannying, and he started creeping around the hallway looking at something. My son looked at the same spot and they simultaneously started crying. They both ran to me. This is when I asked my son where it was. He pointed to the hallway. I couldn't see anything, and after a minute he pulled on my dress and said, "Mommy, bear's in there now," talking about the room that was my office back then. So I held both of their hands and walked toward the room. They let go whenever we got there. I went inside the room and again couldn't see anything, meaning that they wouldn't go in there. Instead, they were peering around the doorway crying. Honestly, whatever that thing was starting to piss me off. Scaring my baby and his friend was not cool. I had my mom come over a few days later and we did a cleansing with sage. We also used a candle that you're supposed to blow out at the end to complete the ritual. My mom asked my son to blow it out since the activity seemed to be centered around him. He tried to do it about 5 times and the flame would flicker but would never go out. So we redid the cleansing and he was able to blow it out that time. He saw the bear again every few weeks or months, and we would do a cleansing each time and it would go away, at least temporarily. My son is 4 now, and he'll still randomly mention the bear, especially if he's scared before bed. He'll say something like, "Are you sure there are no monsters, even the bear?" I have a 1-year-old daughter now, and her bedroom is the same room that used to be my office. She'll randomly say, "Hey," to nothing and stuff like that, just like my son did. I'm not looking for advice because I'm pretty used to this kind of stuff. I just thought I'd share. The most haunted place in the West. So in Nevada, there's this little park, and below this is Robb Canyon. It's a pretty big canyon. Now this place is just creepy overall. The only dead tree in the area stops the river flow. Residents that live near it act strange, like they're out of a Black Mirror episode. Like we're outsiders. It's been claimed to be the most haunted place in the West. There's some background on this location. Alright, so the story begins this last year in July when me and my friends go to Robb Canyon to give our final say on if it's haunted. But this time we were checking out the park. Upon our arrival, we see a glimmer of something in the light to stumble across one swing just swinging by itself. Now this is creepy and all, but we put it aside. My homie goes to the bathroom and I see him pull a large stick out between the door and the frame. For some reason, he knocked on it and I thought it was stupid, but as he was walking back, he dead froze, then ran over to me. He says the door knocked back. So following this, about 5 minutes later, we heard a very loud "Go!" And being noticeably freaked out, we still stayed. Suddenly, we're being quiet to try and hear the voice. We heard a female moan or bellow through the canyon, followed by that same "Go." Bone liquids. About 3 years ago, I lived with my best friend and one of our other friends. Everything was pretty average. Haunting stuff, the Ouija board, my friends never said goodbye, didn't tell me until after I moved in, rude. The man on the stairs, the horrible nightmares. To me, this is all pretty average inside this house. But this friend of ours was a whole new level. I'll call him Friend B. It started when he tried to learn tarot and other tricks of the trade, including, but not related to, black magic. So one day our friend leaves and she goes to snoop in Friend B's room. Now originally I didn't think that was okay and thought she was being paranoid, until she brought me the notebook. Our names, our old friends, and a bunch of pages with weird symbols written furiously in pencil. The kind of symbols you see in your average witchcraft TV show or summoning circles. A pentacle that was made of broken stick frame and hemp string, one for each of us. Our names were in the middle like a dream catcher for your soul. Now, this was all really freaking weird, but we got his stuff and got it out really quickly. Later, upon investigating and cleaning the room, I find a jar filled with nails and pins I lent to Friend B. But inside this glass jar wasn't just the nails, but animal bones that looked like they'd been broken up to fit inside, as well as a very strange grayish and thick liquid. Smelled absolutely foul, and when I showed it to Grandma, she freaks, asks me where I found it, and then explains that the metal draws out the liquid from the bones. What the fuck? Has anyone heard of this practice? I can't find anything about it, and to this day I don't understand. Grandma didn't give many details behind what it was used for. I don't know what somebody would want to do with something so putrid like that. In case you're wondering, we were good friends, but Friend B got drunk, admitted he hated me for, and I quote, having too many things in common. How weird. I'd like that. I saw something at a shrine in rural Japan. This has been bugging me for a few years now, and as I use Reddit mainly to look up video game help and gifs of animals being derps, I would gladly repost this somewhere else if it doesn't belong here. I'll give some background, but the real question comes in at the 5th paragraph if you'd like to skip to that. No, thank you. I will read all of it. About 3 years ago, my girlfriend at the time and myself took a 2-week-long trip to Japan. The original plan was to visit her grandmother, a survivor of the atomic bomb dropped in Hiroshima. Her dad's family and, well, take a much-needed vacation from a job that really could care less about me. Her father, who had moved to the U.S. in his teens, had always asked about my family history. As a 4th-generation Japanese-American with no remaining family in the 1st or 2nd generations, most of my family history had been lost with the deceased. I would ask my father and his cousins, about where our family was from and if we had any relatives back in Japan, but the answers I would get would be vague at best. I'd get answers like, your great-grandfather and eldest granduncle went back to Japan to help rebuild after the war, and that it was thought that we were from the Hiroshima area. No one in my remaining family sought to keep in contact with those who went back. So my ex's father would spend his free time doing research and share information that he could dig up about my family. He found that my family originated in the Wakayama, a city just south of Kobe and Osaka. And what the kanji for my last name looks like. Unfortunately, before we could make the trip, my ex's grandmother had passed away after a long fight with cancer. Eventually, the time came for us to spend some time in Japan, touring everywhere from Osaka to Tokyo all the way down to Yamaguchi and Hiroshima. We spent most of our vacation bouncing from hotel to hotel in major cities, sightseeing places like Tokyo Skytree and the deer that bow in Nara. Being the nerd that I'm forced, being a nerd rather, I forced us to make stops to see the Unicorn Gundam and Akihabara. My ex had a little bit, to say it nicely, she had no interest in. Totally worth it in my opinion. And I agree, a Gundam, that's cool. Our trip finished off with a long Shinkansen, or a bullet train. That was a ride to Hiroshima, where we would spend an early morning seeing some of the buildings that were still standing after the A-bomb and the World War II Museum. After that, we would take a trip into the rural areas outside of the city to stay at her grandparents' home, where we would meet her uncles and their family who took care of us for the rest of the trip. Her uncle picked us up from the end line, which both the train and the station were pretty run down, took us by car a few more hours to Max's grandparents' home. By the time we arrived, we were able to unpack and get situated with some daylight left to kill before we would get dinner. Now, if you've ever been to rural Japan, go. It's awesome as the homes that are there, they look like something out of an old samurai movie. They could possibly be uninhabited and look, like they belong in a horror movie. So I suggested we walk around a bit to stretch our legs, as we've been traveling most of the day. She agreed, and we began walking down the narrow country roads. As we were walking, occasionally jumping across deep gutters to allow cars to pass, she tells me about an old shrine that sits atop a hill at the edge of a forest that she had visited with her grandparents years ago. Before I get any further into this, I feel it's important to mention that my ex is extremely superstitious, and I'm not. I also consider myself to be fairly perceptive, some may say paranoid, compared to her. Habitually, I'll notice things that are out of place, or for lack of a better term, feel when something is off. Mostly these things come into play when I'm outside and I can spot hidden animals or edible plants back home. That being said, I don't go looking for trouble in the realm of shit I can't explain, just in case. But I figure exploring should be fun. It's still light out, I'm in a rural town that I'll probably never visit again, and I've always craved adventure. I was thinking it'll be like the beginning of a video game. So about 20 minutes into our little exploration, we come to a large unpainted and rotted torii. Those large orange Japanese gateways I'm sure you've seen. I thought they were red. Maybe a couple hundred stairs leading uphill into a forest where the shrine is located. Staring up the steps, something felt off, but I figured it was just the nervous excitement of exploring. I have a fairly athletic build, but my ex was a bit on the chubby side, so as we were making the climb up, she told me she needed a break, but to go ahead as she could tell I was excited. Double-checking to make sure she was okay, with me going on without her, I continued to race up the stairway. Once I reached the top, the sun had begun to set, painting the clearing on the top of the hill in a beautiful orange hue. There were a couple of decrepit buildings atop the hill, the shrine which had been locked up and the path cleared of fallen leaves which seemed out of place that led deeper into the forest. This is where things started to feel outright wrong. The first thing I noticed was that at some point it became eerily quiet. No cicadas, no birds, not even a breeze rustling the branches in the forest. I cautiously walked around, looking between the boards that made up the walls of the shrine, trying my best to wait for my ex to catch up. That's when I heard it. If it hadn't been so quiet, I probably wouldn't have noticed, but on the other side of the hill across from the stairs, a quick rustle of dead leaves on the ground behind the shrine. I quickly focused my attention in that direction. I peeked around the corner of the shrine. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of movement. Calling out, "Hello?" I made my way over back to the shrine and looked down the hill, hoping it wasn't a person who slipped and fell. Nothing. I scanned the small valley, calling out, "Hello, anyone there?" And in hindsight, probably should have called out in Japanese. Duh. The forest remained still. After a few moments, I relaxed, thinking a branch had fallen and I was just being paranoid. Then off to the left of where I was looking, more rustling leaves. I caught another glimpse of it. It was big, maybe 5 or 6 feet long, pure white and ungodly fast. There was no way I would have missed something that large or white when I was looking down the valley. It seemed to just appear out of nowhere. Quickly it bolted behind a small bush and a tree growing next to each other, and again there was only silence. Without breaking eye contact, I called out for my ex, hoping she was close to the top of the stairs and could verify what I saw. Nothing. I could verify, like I said, nothing, so I just called for her again. Still nothing. So I waited, my gaze fixated on the bush and the tree that whatever this thing was slid behind. I debated whether I should throw something toward it, but I was way too unfamiliar with Japan's wildlife to feel safe enough to do so. I didn't want to piss off something I couldn't take in a fight. Waiting for my ex to peek over the staircase, I was fixated on the bush, hoping I could identify whatever that thing was. As my nerves calmed, I came to realize that something that large and white couldn't completely hide in a bush that small. Feeling really uncomfortable, I slowly backed away from the edge of the hill and went to find my ex. She was about 20 steps from the top when I told her we needed to leave, and that I had seen something. The look she gave me was one of doubt, as she went behind the shrine to look and saw nothing. She continued to look around for a few minutes when she said that we could leave as we made our way back down the stairs. As we descended the hill, I could feel something watching us, stalking us even. We made our way back through the town down the narrow, dimly lit roads, and I'd occasionally look behind us and into the surrounding areas, hoping that it wasn't some predator preparing to attack. After returning to her grandparents' house, we ate dinner with her family and went to bed. That whole night I couldn't sleep. I could still feel something watching us, a feeling that I carried with me until we left the town. After returning home, I began trying to look up animals in Japan that would fit the description of what I saw. When I realized that there's pretty much nothing that matched the description of what I could find, I started investigating more paranormal entities. Still, I couldn't find anything. If anyone knows what this thing may have been, I would appreciate it. It's haunted me for 3 years and made me nervous about exploring, which I'd like to be comfortable enough to do again someday. Midnight Ghost Car. This happened to me just last night. And although I still can't really wrap my mind around what happened to me, I thought, why not put this out there and see if anybody else has had this experience. So I'm a hobbyist photographer. I enjoy astrophotography so much, being in winter and the sky usually clears up real nice on late night. So I grabbed my camera gear and headed out of town, looking for the night spot, exploring different areas. It's like part of the fun. So I'm in my car and I head down this dirt road, losing some satellite reception, and I'm getting fuzz. Thinking nothing of it, I switch to FM. Still fuzz. AM, nothing, it was a little strange. So I turn off the radio and I keep heading down the road. I see a couple of red lights ahead of me. They were the tail lights from another vehicle down the road. I was approaching it pretty quickly and I thought this car might just be lost or just going really slow. So as I was approaching, I couldn't have been more than a couple of meters away to the point where these headlights would have given me a better visibility of the type of vehicle, when all of a sudden it was gone. And that's in all sense of the word. It vanished. Not fade away, just a blink of an eye. I was left in shock that I didn't immediately see what was really ahead of me. It was an end of a road sign right in front of me. I slammed on my brakes. Luckily it was a dirt road and there was very little snow or ice on the road. So I didn't slip, but it was still a close call. I got out to see for myself, and sure enough, just past the sign, a drop-off to a small riverbank. If I was going any faster, if it was slippery, I would have gone down and maybe died. Just the thought of it still gives me chills. If that wasn't enough, when I got back inside my car and started heading back, not 2 to 3 kilometers driving, I see headlights coming down the road. So to warn the car in front of me, I start flashing my lights. Still approaching and not fazed by my lights, I start to honk my horn and flashing my lights, and he's pretty much beside me, and his lights are on high beam, almost blinding as it gets in closer, and well, he passes me and I hear the roar of his engine clear as day. So I look back to see him, and again, nothing. No car lights. I went home and didn't take any photos there. No way I was going to stop again. Barely got any sleep last night. Just can't explain it. Anyone have a similar experience and want to share? I'd like to hear your stories. I'm being haunted at yet another school. So I was laid off of work for a couple of months. I was lucky enough to find something temporary as a custodian at my law school. My in-law's school. So for the last week or so, I've been having strange occurrences while working. I can go at my own time and finish whenever, which works out for me. I prefer to work alone anyways. So I started to go in around 8 p.m. and finish around midnight or so. For the first few nights, nothing happened. At least that would set the alarm and lock up behind me, and that would pretty much be it. Then one night about a week and a half ago, I started to hear some noises from down the hall. Footsteps. I was sure I was alone, but with the alarm deactivated, anyone with a key could come in, and teacher or anyone else, the custodians. So I could hear these steps down the hall getting louder, closer to the room I was in, and when it sounded like somebody would have been right at the door, it just stopped. I look out the door and down the halls and call out. No response. I was a little freaked out, but I just brushed it off. Later that same night, I went into another classroom and immediately felt strange, like a little bit lightheaded, but it was cold. Right as you walk in, you can feel the temperature drop, but it was an eerie feeling I had. I started cleaning and wiping down the desks and putting them in the corner since there was no more school. As I was putting away the last desk, I noticed one of the desks was in the opposite corner of all the others. So I moved it back and went to go grab the mop and bucket that was outside the classroom door. And as I walked back in, I noticed the desk back in the same corner. I left the room, turned the lights off, closed the door, and left the building. I was scared. I know I was alone, but as I exited the building and headed towards my car, I saw the room. The lights were on, and I could see a woman there, clear as day, looking right at me. I wasn't going back there that night. I let several days go by. I was finishing up all the other classrooms, and I would constantly hear footsteps down the hall. My cleaning supplies would be moved from one place to another, and I could feel like there was someone watching me. So uncomfortable. Just last Friday was my last day. I only had 2 rooms left. The one I ran out of and the adjacent room. So I started with the adjacent room. Nothing weird about it until I was just about done. I could hear a faint cry or moaning coming from the hall. And all I can think of is, "You've got to be kidding me." My hair stood up. I froze. About to leave the room, but there's no way I'm going to go out into the hall hearing someone crying. I was 5 minutes. I stood there just listening, and I finally decided it's now or never. Grabbed my cleaning supplies and headed out of the room. Just one step into the hallway and it stopped. Relieved, I turned and locked up the classroom door. The classroom I've been avoiding was untouched, except the one desk I was in and out with no further incidents, thankfully. I was done, my work never needed to go back. I had my mother-in-law over for dinner. She works as a teacher at the same school. So I asked her if she's ever had any strange things happen to her. And she said, oh yeah, she has many staff, that she says. Then tells me that there was a cemetery that was moved about 12 years ago that was visible right from the kids' park. And since the move there have been strange happenings in and around the school grounds. So I told her what happened to me while working there, and she starts crying. I wasn't sure why, but she gathers herself up and tells me that about 10 years ago, that was her class, and around that time, she had an EA teacher's assistant. She committed suicide in that classroom. She hanged herself. It was my mother-in-law that found her next morning. I made my mother-in-law cry when I described the woman I saw in the window. It felt horrible, but at the same time I was sad. Probably shouldn't have been afraid. But what can I do? Knowing what I know, I might go back one day. Evil laughter. Choir. So this story goes way back many years ago, and it was brought up while talking to my family over the weekend. It definitely took me back, and it brought chills just talking about it. I know this wasn't just myself who experienced it, so I put more validity to the story. It was a shared experience. I was about 7 or 8 years old, and my dad was a choir director at our church. We had about 20 or so people in the group. My mom, my aunt, my uncle, and a couple of my cousins. We would practice usually middle of the week after work hours in the church, and it was just like any other choir practice. I would sit on the benches with the radio and a mic plugged into it. My job was to record them singing, so I would move from bench to bench recording them, getting different angles and playing the tape back so they can see how they sound. So after doing this about 3 times, at least 3 times already that night, it was the last song and the group was going to practice. I moved to the farthest bench at the very back of the church and hit record. It was all good a couple of times. I had to stop recording and then start blunders, laughter. You know, usual stuff when practicing. It was the very last recording session. Everything was perfect. I stopped recording and went to go play what I just sang to the choir. We all huddled around and, like I said, perfect until it got to the end. You could hear faint laughter at the end. It was creepy to say the least. My dad stopped the tape, hit rewind, and played the ending again with the volume raised. Sure enough, there was a deep, low-sounding laughter in the background. Everyone froze. It was dead silent. And just to be sure it wasn't some flaw in the tape, he played it back again. Still there. He stopped the tape, but the laughter continued. That's right after the tape stopped. You can hear the same laughter. It was sinister-like. We could hear it echoing through the church. We all heard it and we didn't stay much longer. We packed up our stuff and got out of there. I asked my dad whatever happened to the tape. He said he got rid of it. It's too bad. Maybe it was for the better, but whatever that laughter was, I sure won't forget about it anytime soon. Kept me up all night last night just thinking about it, and I've still got the chills. After hours work encounter. This is a fairly recent incident that it's just kind of unnerved my work. I'm a parts assistant manager at a dealership. I work to close every day, and I'm the only one who works the counter for the last hour or so. Strange things happen all the time. Mostly noises at the back parts, nothing too crazy. I figure it's just my imagination half the time, but sometimes parts will fall off the shelves and it'll spook me a little bit and I'll brush it off. Well, just last week I was alone getting caught up on some paperwork, because we're short-staffed at the moment. So it was just myself. This was after 6 p.m. All the salesmen left, and I know there's nobody left in the building. Lights are off except in, some parts, obviously. So it's about 7:30 or 8 when I hear a large bang from the floor on top of me. There are parts stored at the second level and parts of which don't sell many, so they're stored at the far back. The lights have never worked at the far back no matter how many times we've had electricians fix them. Anyways, I get up from behind the desk to go look, and it's not completely dark up there, but it's still kind of spooky. As I head up the stairs, I hear this large bang again. I did pause for a second, but rushed up the last step and headed to the back. I didn't see anything, but it got cold, and I had a chill running up my back. There was nothing out of place on the floor or nothing, but at least nothing had been moved or shifted from the shelves. It was all normal. So I start heading back to the desk. All the lights go out in parts and it's pitch black. I know there's no one here and the switches are downstairs near my desk. My heart stops and I just pull out my cell phone, turn the flashlight on, and I find my way to the stairs and start heading down. As I'm getting to the last step, I can hear footsteps coming from upstairs and behind me. I was not about to look. Ran back to where the light switch was, and I can hear the steps running. As I did, I just sort of flipped the switch, turn around, and see nothing. I wasn't staying there any longer. Packed up my stuff, turned my computer, set the alarm, and I was out. The whole time I was trying to explain the experience away, but I couldn't think of anything. I don't think I'll be staying late at work if I don't have to for a while. Unwanted spirit. Started about 2 weeks ago now. Small things here and there, knocking noise, hearing footsteps. There's nothing for me to be too worried about. I was usually alone until my wife started to hear things too. That would be when she was alone and also when we were together. I started to get more attentive about it when I, brought my 9-year-old a new tablet. Not even 4 days old. My family and I were all downstairs watching a movie. That's when we heard a loud crash from upstairs. Startled us a little, so I went up to go see what it was. I looked around and found my daughter's brand new tablet on the ground, smashed and face up. Wasn't the only thing either. She had a couple of trinkets and plushies laying in the middle of the floor. Now, from where it fell off, I had to assume there was a small bedside table. I was definitely more upset than scared, but now I had my radar up. It started ramping up the knocking and the footsteps around my house. And as an added bonus, my youngest, she's my daughter of 3, started to talk to something more often and started shouting, "Stop it," or "Don't do that." Then one day I was looking after my aquarium that sits in my living room. My 3-year-old was playing with her toys in the middle of the hall, and I have a clear view of her in her bedroom from where I was standing. If you can imagine looking straight down the hall and looking into her room, the first thing you'll see is her bed. And somewhat on top of her bed, she has like a fort, or a teepee if you will. Anyways, as I was cleaning the tank out of the corner of my eye, I see the teepee start tipping over. It was tipping onto its side. I look up from what I was doing, and it looked like it was going to fall over. That's when my 3-year-old turns and looks into her room and shouts, "Stop that!" It goes back to its original position. I had chills. I grabbed her and said it was okay. Asked her what she saw and who it was that she was screaming at. She said it was the monster daddy. Now, what was the last straw with me was just on Monday. It was about 10 p.m. and my wife had just put both kids in bed. My littlest one will come in and out of her room to ask for some juice or milk. Maybe she needs to pee or whatever. It was just what she does, and we're used to it. Well, this night, after the many times of her getting out of bed, we finally got her down, or so we thought. My wife and I were sitting on the couch watching TV when we started to hear the door handle of her room jiggle. So we knew she was awake and about to come out. But she didn't. The door kept opening and closing, not fully, but just enough to hear it unhinge and close again. We paused the show that we were watching just to make sure, and sure enough, it was her door opening and closing, opening and closing. I was upset, and I got up quietly to go in and surprise her, catch her in the act, tell her to go to sleep. As I approached the door, I clearly see it. So I timed it to when it would be back in the open position. So all I had to do was push the door. It wasn't my daughter. The door flung open and my daughter was in bed covered in her sheets. She looks at me. I was stunned to say the least at that moment. I knew it wasn't her. I asked her, "Were you playing with the door?" I knew it wasn't her, but I wanted to see what her response was. She tells me yet again, "It was the monster, Daddy." She slept in our bed that night. And like I said, I had enough. That same night after my wife got my daughter settled into her bed, I went back into her room, decided to confront whatever this entity that was in my house and just what it was. I had the light on, went to the center of the room and told the spirit that it was not welcome in my house. I didn't want it here, and that it did not belong here. I ordered it to leave in a firm voice. As if I knew there was someone there. I wasn't scared, just upset about this whole situation. As I was speaking, the lights in her room started to flicker on and off. I didn't stop. I kept repeating myself over and over again until it stopped. Not sure how long it lasted, but when it did stop, I prayed. There's been, really no more activity since. But I'm still watching and listening and waiting with hopes that whatever was there is gone. If anybody has maybe some suggestions on what else I should try, please let me know. I don't want whatever is there to come back. Catholic school haunting. So this account happened several years ago. I was 18 at the time. My father asked me if I wanted to make a little extra money. Of course I said yes, and he got this contract from a school for the summer to clean and get ready for the next year. He had other jobs to do, so I helped him with this one. And of course, he would pay me for the work that I did. I had worked a couple of nights with my dad. He would tell me what to do, where to go, just to get me familiar with the school and show me what keys open what doors. So once I had that down, he would leave me to go do other work while I would stay at the school. I had a morning job. So did my dad. So we would go later at night, like at 8 or 9 to start, and depending on how quickly, I did the job, I'd usually be done at 1 or 2 in the morning. Anyways, this school was big. 3 floors, 2 gyms, and several offices, and a small chapel too. There were crosses everywhere and pictures of Jesus, of course. I never felt uncomfortable. But this one night I had just finished waxing one of the gym floors. I was alone that one night and my dad would come back and pick me up later. It was about 11:30 and like I said, I had just finished the gym. I was walking down the hallway back to the janitor room to get more supplies. When I heard the gym door close behind me, it scared the crap out of me. I knew I had propped the door open, but I paid no mind to it. I just went back, opened the door again, and propped it open again, making sure it wouldn't slam shut. Nothing else happened for the next half hour or so, till I heard someone calling my name. It was faint at first, like at a distance. I thought it was my dad. So I waited till I heard my name being called out again, and it was much clearer this time, and it did sound like my dad. I yelled back that I was in the office. I kept cleaning, waiting for him to come my way, and I waited like 5 minutes. But he never came, so I dropped what I was doing and yelled again, "Dad, I'm in the office cleaning." As I was walking down the hallway, that's where I heard him calling me from. That's when I realized it couldn't be him. The doors are locked so no one without a key can get in, and I had all the keys with me. I checked my pocket just to confirm, and sure enough, the bunch of them were there. As soon as that happened, I grabbed my cell phone and I called my dad to see if maybe he was yelling from the outside in. I get a hold of him, ask him if he was finished with his other job. He tells me he's just finishing up and it'll be there maybe another 30 minutes. My heart sank and my blood ran cold. I said, "Okay, I'll see you later," and I hung up. I tried hard not to think about it as I returned to the office to continue working. Aside from strange noises here and there, what really got me were the voices. Specifically, the mimicking of my dad's voice. The next time I heard my dad's voice, I was working in one of the washrooms. I was just finishing up the mopping of the floors and I had the door held open by a bucket. As I was exiting the bathroom and moving the bucket away from the door, I could clearly hear his voice say my name from inside the washroom. There was no way it was him. I didn't hesitate to walk right in and look for him. I opened every stall just to make sure, and of course there was no one. Like I had mentioned in my last story, this school had a small sanctuary, and in the sanctuary it had a statue of the Virgin Mary, and several pictures of Jesus on a cross. Nothing that would creep anyone out, I would think. But this one time when I was repolishing the seats, I could swear someone or something was watching me. I was unsettled. I kept looking behind me, never seeing anybody there. But I did notice one thing. The statue was in a very different position than before. Believe me or not, I know it had been moved. Originally, the Virgin Mary had her head positioned downwards and to the right of her shoulders, eyes closed. But when I saw her eyes opened, I looked behind me and I knew something was different. Not only that, but her head was more raised and centered, as if she was looking right at me. I was so uncomfortable and just plain freaked out about it. I dropped what I was doing and left. There was no way I was going back there, and I did tell my dad that I never went back in there. And every time I would walk by there, I'd hear the organ that was in there playing. But that was only after the statue occurrence happened. Now, it could have been automated, kept telling myself, but I wasn't going to check. Started bringing my MP3 with me and listened to my own music. Of course, I told my dad about the strange happenings, and he never did question it. I asked him if anything similar had ever happened. He said that he would hear noises and people talking as well, but he would just brush it off and keep working. On the last day that I would work there, my father and I finished up and started making sure all the doors were locked. We started to head to the main entrance, and I held the door open while my dad started inputting the security code. When he finished and closed and headed my way, he closed the door and we both heard the organ just blasting. It startled both of us, it was so loud. It echoed through the halls. We stood there just for a second and turned around to make our way back to the car. I was so relieved that I would never set foot inside that school ever again. Late night call. This happened to me a couple of days ago. Like most of the people in the world, my cell phone is permanently attached to their hand, as was mine. I keep it charged all day long, and when the battery runs low, I plug it in. Except on weekends. I don't like to be bothered, so most weekends from Friday till about Sunday evening, my phone will be dead, and I'll just will stay that way until I plug it back in on Sunday. Well, this last Friday, my wife and kids were gone for the weekend. I was home alone. No surprise there. Anyways, after work at about 6 when I got home, I had about 15% life left on my phone. My wife knows I won't charge my phone for the weekend, and if she wants to get a hold of me, she could send me a Facebook message. My tablet's always charged, or I'm on the computer playing games anyway. I had dinner, watched some TV, and by the time it was basically 8, my phone was dead. So I threw it on the nightstand. That way I don't have to look at it. So I went about my night and I played a couple rounds of Call of Duty Black Ops 3 before deciding to go to bed at around 1 or 1:30 a.m. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper, and I'm not one to wake up unless my alarm goes off in the morning. But at around 3 o'clock my alarm did go off. I found it strange. Why would I have the alarm set to go off at 3? I didn't think too much of it, so I laid back in bed and I was just about to shut my eyes when all of a sudden my phone starts ringing. 2 things came to mind when that happened. One, the ringtone wasn't one that I would have had for incoming calls. And the other one obviously being that I knew my phone was dead. I opened my eyes and I can see the brightness of my screen on the wall, so I know I wasn't imagining things. I had a cold chill run down my back as I turned around to reach for the phone to see who was calling. It was no one, and I don't mean an unknown number, I mean it was a white screen with only the slide to answer or decline buttons on the screen. I was already awake and afraid, so whether or not I answered the call, it didn't matter. I picked up and hesitated to put the phone to my ear. I said hello. Didn't get a response, so I said hello again. And I could hear a faint whisper, but I couldn't make out the words. Then I heard laughter that chilled me to the bone, and it startled me. Dropped my phone. Just as it hits the bed, I hear this sinister laughter coming out of my speakers, and behind its laughter I heard screaming. I couldn't move, and I'm not sure how long it lasted, but it felt like minutes before it all stopped. The screen turned off. My room was dark again. Only the red glow from my alarm clock was illuminating my room. I was still shocked looking at my phone the whole time without blinking. I reached to grab my phone, and the first thing I did was try to turn it on. Nothing like I said. I know my phone was dead, so I turned my bedroom light on and plugged in my phone. Went back to bed, and in the morning I turned my phone on and checked my calls. Nothing. Can't explain it, but I do hope somebody has a similar experience happening to them. Mexico haunting. This was a while ago, and I was living in Mexico at the time. It happened when I was 15 years old, and it's an experience I won't forget. My family and I had been looking for a place to live, and we were fortunate enough that my aunt had a friend who was renting out the bottom part of her home. It had its own kitchen and bathroom and also a separate entrance. So we had moved in, and it seemed weird, but I never really liked how the place felt. It always kind of had a negative vibe about it. It wasn't long before strange things started happening at that place. Things like the faucet turning on full blast without anyone being home. And we see it running while we're out. Our first thought was maybe it was the owner playing a trick on us for whatever reason. Other occurrences would include things going missing and then reappearing right where they were last. Knocking on the bedroom doors, and this one time while watching TV the volume went from a decent set all the way to max. And not gradually like TVs are supposed to do, but it just jumped all of a sudden, much like it did, or rather like I did when it happened. Now this one night though is where it really scared me. Now my parents had their room, and my brothers and I shared the one just down the hall. It was storming. We had the windows open. My brothers and I went to bed, and after a while finally went to sleep. At about 3 or 4 in the morning, I was woken up by a large crash from within the room. It sounded like a bookshelf falling over and hitting the floor. I jolted up, and there was nothing there, amazingly, though. Both my brothers were asleep. And I at least knew my older brother was for sure, because he snores and snores really loud. It took me a while to calm down and try to rationalize what that sound was. Maybe it was just thunder from outside, I thought to myself. Anyways, as I was finally settling down and ready to go back to bed, I heard a faint whistle coming from outside the window. It was getting closer and closer. Now let me tell you though, that window faces nothing but a cement wall. If that's not creepy enough, the storm I thought had stopped because all I could hear was whistling at that moment. But it was still raining and I could still see the lightning flash through the window. It lasted for what felt like minutes before the whistling finally stopped. I could hear the rain and the thunder. I did nothing about it and didn't wake my parents or siblings up. I just laid in bed till I was able to go back to sleep. I know, so dumb, but I was scared and I was a kid. The next morning, though, my dad did tell us that he came to wake us up after he had made breakfast. But when he got to our door, it was slightly open, but it closed on him. He tried to open it thinking we were playing. He got mad and told us he was banging on the door yelling to let me in. Now, we didn't hear him, we were fast asleep. He told us that he started to push on the door and felt as if somebody was pushing back. My dad finally got tired, and so he rammed the door open, and of course we didn't hear him still. That was when he rushed in, managing to open the door. He saw us fast asleep and under the covers, and there was no way it was any of us. My wife's haunting. Warning, it's kinda long. My wife told me that when she was around 8 years old, she had started having several paranormal happenings in her bedroom. Like her toys would be nicely put away in her toy chest, specifically her dolls. It would be before she would go to bed every night. And when she would wake up, her dolls would be in a row, sitting in an upright position facing her bed. If that wasn't creepy enough, she said that it would escalate, and it was, be to the point where they'd be able to hear footsteps running across her floor. When she would turn her head to see what that noise was, there would be nothing. Now this was just the beginning too. Whatever this entity was, it made itself more known. This happened for 2 more years, and she had moved about 2 more times in that span of time. Like I said, stranger things started to happen. And one of the more astonishing ones was, well, when she'd be playing at the park waiting to be picked up by her mother, she was usually the last kid around. She started to notice the park equipment would be moving the swings. There'd be no breeze or kids around. It was just plain weird seeing the swing move back and forth as if there was a kid on it. Not long after the park equipment moving by themselves, she started to see a little girl following her, or so she thought. My wife had never seen her before, and she wasn't scared by any means by this little girl. This girl, she said, was not ghostly looking and could see clearly. Only thing was that girl would always be hidden behind something, peeking around the corner or just far away from my wife. So one day she decided to try to talk to the little girl. She saw her at the playground this time and walked around toward the girl. As she moved closer and closer, the girl would start to hide herself behind playground equipment. My wife kept calling at her, saying, "Do you want to play with me?" With no response back and the girl moving away from her, she just gave up and went on with her day. My wife finally told me how she knew that little girl was a ghost. My wife was walking home from the park and she noticed the little girl in the strangest place. Sitting on top of a light post. How was that even possible if it was the strangest thing ever, and every day after that she would see her on the rooftops and light posts? Just the most peculiar places. It's been years, but now that my wife is older, she says that she can hear footsteps around the house and the giggle of a little girl whenever she's alone. I'm still haunted. I've done research of my house and the area I live in. And sure, people die all the time. I haven't found horrible deaths that have happened in or around my home. So I do assume it has to be me who is being haunted, but it's not every day. It happens every once in a while, but it mostly happens when I'm alone and my wife and daughters aren't home. I have a man cave in my basement, and that's where I spend most of my time when the wife and kids aren't home. I also have very thin flooring, so you can hear a pin drop from upstairs. I mean, there is nothing I can't hear from downstairs. Anyways, this last time that I was alone, I was really freaked out. I was alone watching TV with my dog. That's when all of a sudden my dog, who was laying on my lap, got off and went to the stairs and just sat down, looking up. This wasn't weird. She does it every time she hears someone at the door, so I half expected a knock on my door or the doorbell. Nothing happened, so I paid no attention to it. So I called my dog over, but she looked at me and looked back at the stairs, started to raise some alarms. But again, I chose to ignore it. As I started to turn the volume back on my TV, I heard a large bang from upstairs. My dog got up and started barking up a storm. I got up off the couch, told her to be quiet, trying to calm her down. I picked her up and put her on the couch, and although she stopped barking, she just kept growling and looking toward the stairs. I wasn't scared, so I went up and checked to see what the hell that noise was. And as I went past the kitchen and into the living room, I noticed that my kid's bin of toys was dumped over, and the toys were scattered all over the place. I was a little scared by this point, because this bin was heavy, and not only that, the bin was up against a wall in the living room, and yet some of the toys were even down the hall by my daughter's room. That made no sense, so I quickly picked up all the toys and put everything back in the toy bin. I went downstairs, and as I got to the couch, I heard footsteps coming from the kids' room. But it wasn't one set, it was multiple feet running back and forth. It was at this point where I really felt a chill down my back. So instead of sitting down, I had to make sure there wasn't an intruder in my home. Of course, this wasn't possible. My home alarm was set, so I know nobody could have been in my house. As I made my way to the stairs again, I got to the first step, and the running stopped. But there's a door that blocks the basement to the main door, and it slammed it open quickly and slammed shut. I froze, and this is where I got truly frightened. All of a sudden, I could hear footsteps running down the stairs, and I was at the bottom. Although I didn't see anything, I definitely felt a rush of cold air hit me. This wasn't a light breeze, but it was quick and hard, almost pushing me back. I didn't have the balls to go up, so I just got back to my couch, turned the volume up on the TV, and tried to ignore what had happened. I later went back upstairs to check on all the doors and windows, making sure everything was secure. Meeting a dead relative. So this happened to me when I was about 13 or 14. It was years back in Mexico. It was at my aunt's house. To get a better understanding of the story, you first need to know the layout of my aunt's house. It's a 2-story house. Has 2 bedrooms upstairs and a washroom. There's stairs that go downstairs, but you have to go outside to the stairs to the yard and into the backyard of the house, or rather into the back door of the house. Not the best design by any means. When you open the upstairs door to go out, look to your right, there's a small edge of the roof that you can walk along to get to the other side of the bedroom and onto the roof of the house. This ledge also runs along the other side of the room, but the cement is broken down, and if you were to step on it, you would fall, and there's nothing to hold onto either. Nobody walks on that side of the roof. I'm about 6 feet tall now, and there's a window on the broken side of the roof that's still about 5 inches above the top of my head, and this is important. So now that you have a somewhat good idea of the layout, hopefully, I can continue with my experience. It was about 2:30 a.m. and I had to go to the washroom, so I got up, headed there, and did my business. I was headed back to bed when I suddenly had a strange feeling of being watched from the window. I froze, suddenly turned my head toward the window, and there I saw a man. He was at the window, and he was an older man, I'd say 50 or 55. It was clear as day, lighter skin with a fancy mustache and black hair. He was also wearing a cowboy hat. Didn't click at the moment that there was no way this guy was that tall, or the fact that it was impossible for him to be standing on a broken side of the roof. He didn't notice me though, and he kept walking. I lost sight of him after he went past the window, and he walked around the other side of the roof where it's like a big bay window. You could see the whole roof on that side and the top of the neighbors as well. There was no mistaking it. This was a solid-figured man standing on the roof. Then I noticed something else. He was holding a trumpet, and as I noticed it, he raised the trumpet to his lips and started playing it. I could see his fingers moving and his cheeks puffed, and it looked like he was playing it, but there was no sound. I didn't hear a thing. It felt like minutes of me standing just looking at him playing the trumpet the lengths of a regular song. He finished playing, turned to look at me, smiled, and started walking right off the roof. I could see him clearly. He was walking on air. As he kept walking, he started to fade out with every step, starting from his feet to his head. He was gone. I was so shocked, not scared, just shocked. I went back to bed. The next morning I told my mom this at the breakfast table. My aunt and cousins were there too. And as I told her what I had seen last night, my aunt got up from the table, not sure where she went. My aunt walked back in, and she was holding a painting of the man I had seen. I jumped out of my chair because it startled me. She asked me, "Is this the man you saw?" And I said, "Yeah." She then proceeded to tell me that this painting was of my uncle's father who died 20 years ago. I asked her where she got the painting from. She said it was stored away with some of his stuff. My aunt also mentioned that he'd love to play the trumpet for kids, and that she also had that stored away with the painting. Haunted Hospital, Edmonton. There's an old abandoned hospital in Edmonton called Charles Camsell Hospital. And this happened to myself, my older brother. I'll call him Omar, and a couple of our friends. I was 18 at the time, and he had gone ghost hunting this one fall night. We had gone to a cemetery that night hoping to see something. We spent about an hour or so, and our friends said that there was this one hospital nearby and said that it was reported to be very haunted. We were getting nothing being at the cemetery, so we said sure, why not? It was still early, it was like 1:30 a.m. We made our way to the hospital, and my brother Omar drove there. It was about 5 minutes away. We pull up to this hospital, and it was fenced off with no trespassing signs posted all over. Now, I don't condone trespassing anywhere. Make sure you get some proper permission before doing any ghost hunts. But we were young and dumb, so yeah. Anyways, when we pulled up and got out of the car, we walked along the fence to see if we could get in somehow. That's when we heard some voices coming from the front entrance of the hospital. So we ducked down and silenced our voices. It was a bunch of teens, roughly the same age as us, who were being escorted out of the place by security. I'd imagine they had, probably many vandals and teens looking for a thrill inside the hospital. So they had security patrolling the area and checking inside the hospital too. It was 2 security guards escorting them out, and they walked them back to their vehicle. We thought this was a great opportunity to get in. No security for a while, we thought, and an open space not 5 feet from us. So we quickly went through the small hole and went in. This place was spooky, I'll tell ya. It was dark. We had flashlights, obviously, and we headed through the main entrance. Decided to go to the hospital floor by floor, starting from the basement. We went through with nothing happening, and it was pretty much a bust. Locked doors to some areas, and we were sure security would be coming around again soon. But before we left, Omar suggested we try one more floor up. We agreed to it. Why the hell not, right? So we went up, and Omar didn't have a flashlight. It was dark and pretty hard to see. But with the city lights and the moon illuminating inside a little, it was somewhat possible to walk around without a flashlight. He took the lead, being the oldest in the group, and we followed behind with our flashlights. That's when we all heard giggling. It was faint, but we all heard it. We stood still to see if we could hear it again, and we all did hear it again. Same giggle, but it was more audible. Had to be from a child. We were getting a little freaked out, and all of a sudden I see Omar dart straight down the hall. Ran behind him and I asked him, "Omar, what the hell?" He said, "I saw someone at the end of the hallway." I told him to slow down, and for some reason I felt uncomfortable about the situation. I don't know what it was, but something wasn't right. Omar was wearing a hoodie that, well, was lucky for him. I caught up to him. I just grabbed him by the hoodie and pulled him back, dropping him to the floor, because I had seen something in front of him. Must not have seen for whatever reason. Dude, what gives me, yells at me. And I said, "Omar looks," and I show him the flashlight about 2 feet in front of him, and there right in the path he was headed was a big hole in the middle of this cross-section. That's where it leads to other corridors. We got up and we stepped closer to the edge, and it was a straight shot down to the basement. We were several floors up. Now I know it was the basement because it was completely flooded at the time, and I threw a stone or a piece of cement down the hole and just saw how far down it went, and sure enough we heard a splash at the end. After the stone hit, after the stone hit, Omar and I heard a giggle again. We looked up from the hole, and sure enough, on the other side of this massive hole was what I would say looked to be a figure of a little girl. And just as quickly as she was there, she was gone. Just gone again. I had my flashlight, I shone it in the direction of the little girl, and there was nothing. Just the corridor with some hospital beds. That's it. Run-in with a duende. This happened to me about 4 years ago. I was coming home from work one night when it was around 6:30. And here in Canada in the winter months, it's nighttime at this point. I was driving home, streetlights are on, and nothing unusual except I was leaving work. I saw what looked to be like maybe a little boy in my rearview mirror. I'd say about 50 feet behind me in the middle of a parking lot. Kinda strange, but I didn't pay any attention to it. And as I was driving home, I saw the same kid, or at that point I thought it was a different kid, about 3 blocks from where my work is. He was just staring at me as I drove by. Had a slight chill and tried not to think much about it, but it was creepy. I only live about 7 minutes from my work, so it doesn't take me long to get back home. I didn't see him again until I was about 2 blocks away this time, and he was under a street lamp. So I got a better look at this kid, and to my surprise, it wasn't a kid at all. In Mexico, we call these creatures duendes. They're usually small fairy-like creatures with the appearance of an old man. Their heights do vary, but I myself have never seen one to be the size of a child. He looked exactly like an old man, and as I drove past him about to turn the corner, I was freaking out at this point. I just wanted to get home. This thing was following me. As I was on approach to turn the last corner of the house, there he was again. I slammed on my brakes because there it was right in front of my car just crossing the street. It looked up at me as it was walking past my car, and it gave me the most evil grin I'd ever seen. I was about ready to run him over with my car, but I was frozen in place. As soon as he was on the other side of the street, I gunned it home. But I took one final glance in my rearview mirror to see if he was still behind me. It was gone. It wasn't on the other side of the street or anything. I didn't care, but I was so frightened. Got home, got out of my car, and looked around to see if it was nearby. I was fortunate enough not to see it again. I made sure to look down the street both ways before going into my house. Got in, locked the door, closed the curtain, and tried to forget what I saw. Even my wife knew something had spooked me. I didn't tell her the following day, and I didn't want to scare her at the time. I hope I don't see it again. But I do hope I see you guys again in the comments section. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where reality is just the beginning. Prepare to be captivated by tales that challenge the boundaries of what we know. Hit subscribe, turn on notifications, and embark on a journey with me. Let's explore the extraordinary. She wanders the halls. Once again, I work at a nursing home as a security guard overnight on a 12-hour shift for well over a year now. I've had paranormal stuff happen to me before, but I didn't think anything of it most of the time because I'm just tired most nights. But something started about a week ago that scared me at first, but then ended up quite sad after thinking about it for a while. So lately we've been getting complaints from residents that's in the 1200 hall about knocking on their doors in the middle of around 12 o'clock in the morning to 3 in the morning. They describe it as a slow, heavy knocking that knocks only twice. At first we thought the building was settling because we just had put in a new roof. It was because of hail damage. Others just believed it was something in the vents. But that couldn't be possible considering that the knock would have been followed by an echo after hitting metal. Then I heard the knocking for myself. It scared the hell out of me. Couldn't find where it came from, nor did I find it or where it did, and after about an hour it got me thinking. So we had this couple that lived in apartment 1202. It's the side that I work on. It consists of 2 wings. There's the 1400 wing and the 1200. Each wing consists of 3 stories. The story that they live on was the first story. The wife had a drinking problem. She'd get drunk and around midnight to 3 in the morning, go around knocking on people's door. At the time, Greg, one of my coworkers that switched to the daytime position, was working. His only job was to make sure that she didn't leave her room. The wife soon after passed away on November 7th, 2018. She passed away in the building, and then a year later in September 2019, the husband passed away in a hospital. Within the year that his wife died, he switched to DNR, which means do not resuscitate. After that, I was the only person to talk to him. He used to come out at around 2 or 3 in the morning and sit in the cafe area drinking coffee. He would always go back to his room before everybody started to come out. And from what he told me, he just wanted to be with his wife. It was always so sad when I sat down to talk to him. Since she died in the building and he died in the hospital, I think she wanders the halls where she used to, trying to find him. It's around the same time that he and she died. It's a super sad story and I wish her the best. It doesn't freak me out anymore because I know the story behind the knocking. Stuff like this is bound to happen in a nursing home, and I hope one day they find each other. Me too. My packages delivered themselves. So I worked the night shift. I've worked here for roughly 9 months. The building's 4 years old. I'm the security guard that keeps an eye out for the independent living, otherwise known as the IL side of the building. I work alone. This building is huge. There's 4 wings, the 1400, 1200, and 1100, and 1000. 3 of the wings have 3 stories to them. Not to mention the ungodly long hallways with nothing but doors on each side and little dolls that the residents put outside their door. The residents just think the dolls are cute, but they creep me out. The first month I worked here, I heard some stories about the building being haunted. Now in my mind, I'm like, there's no way this building is haunted. It's only 4 years old. God, did I regret that thought. I've had multiple encounters with noises and hearing breathing that wasn't mine, or footsteps that get progressively louder and faster. Anyway, 6 months later, something happened to me that freaked me out. Bone-chilling. I was delivering packages around 1:30 a.m. So it's dark outside, almost pitch black. We have this cart that all the packages get put on and wait to get delivered. I was dragging it through the hallway and I had to go up to the elevator on the second floor on the 1200 wing. There were 5 packages on the cart, and they each needed to be delivered on a different side of the building. Pick one up to place it in front of the door, turn around to grab the handle on the cart. Well, I grabbed air. Realizing what just happened, I just kind of stood in shock for a second. I head back down to my office thinking, maybe I'm just tired and I was imagining delivering the packages. Well, the cart was still nowhere to be found. After an hour of looking for this cart, I was constantly checking the time because the packages needed to be delivered by 3 a.m. I sit down, put my hands over my face with my eyes closed for a second. I then open my eyes, look out the door of my office. I was in disbelief. The cart was right there, with no packages. I could not believe it. I go walking around trying to find these packages, and to my knowledge, they're all delivered. I know I didn't deliver those packages. Thought I blacked out, but I couldn't have blacked out considering I was looking for the cart. I went home after my shift and couldn't sleep that day. I was in shock. Luckily, I had the next morning off, so not sleeping didn't really hurt my schedule. My daughter was haunted by a man and a little girl. This all started December 2018. My daughter, who was 4.5 at the time, wanted this doll for Christmas. It was sold out, so we bought one only secondhand. It was basically brand new. The doll looked like your average baby doll, plastic movable arms and legs, brown hair, brown eyes that opened and closed with a big head. Typical little girl's doll. She was so excited on Christmas Day since it was one of the things on the top of the list. Everything was good for the first week to 2 weeks. Then little things started to happen. First, she started to take things and either ruin or his things. She never had a reason why she took things and ruined them until later. I got annoyed with it, but shrugged it off as a kid thing. Then she started waking up in the middle of the night at 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. and odd times in between. Want to sleep with us. This went on for a few weeks, then she started saying weird things. She would tell us the little girl was waking her up at 3 or 3:15 a.m. Now, mind you, she was almost 5, but didn't have a clock in her room and also couldn't tell time. We shrugged this off as maybe she saw something on TV. She then started talking to us about how the man in her room wants to take her to the clouds, and how he makes her not feel good. This is when I started asking her questions. She said the little girl who comes in her room always woke her up to play in the middle of the night, and this little girl would tell her to do bad things, so she could be a bad girl. I asked her about the man, and she said the man scares her, but the little girl was her friend. She said the man told her that he wanted to take her up into the clouds to be with him and the little girl where they belong, that he was the one who makes the dolls. She told us about a dream that she had where the little girl took her hand and lifted her up to show her where she lived. And while they were flying, she said she got scared, wanted to come home, and the little girl got upset with her. She would wake up with belly aches, and at one point she said her lamp was making her dizzy and nauseous because the man was making it spin when she would look at it. She would always reference this doll when talking about it, saying they always are playing with the doll with her. After about 2 months of countless sleepless nights, nightmares, and a complete change in my daughter, her dad was in her room playing with her. He said the doll just looked creepy. He doesn't believe in any of this, by the way. So he takes the doll and moves it. My daughter then hollers and says, "No, you can't be mean to her. You have to be nice. She'll get mad at you." He said, "Well, no, it's just a doll. It won't do anything." She told him, "Yes, it will. She tells me to do bad things. I don't want her to be mad at me anymore." He then took the doll again and said, "No, you don't listen to the doll. You only listen to me and Mommy." Now he said after he moved the doll, he got a very bad feeling and an uneasy feeling. The way the doll was positioned, it was just looking at him. We talked that night, decided to get rid of it. I took it from our house to my parents' community and tossed it in a dumpster. Oddly enough, after it was gone, things were fine. My daughter started sleeping again. Hasn't spoken about being woken up. She did tell us her room was haunted about 6 months later after she said she saw a lady in the window. I have a window for screaming bloody murder after seeing it. We've since moved her bedroom into another room of the house, and nothing else has happened since. It was honestly the weirdest 2 to 3 months of our life. There were other little things that happened in that time, such as things moving, and I would feel uneasy like somebody was looking at me at times. We even had a house guest who slept in her room one night, and the next day she told us she would never sleep in there again. It was really that creepy. She couldn't explain why, she just said that she didn't sleep well and it felt like somebody was there. We never told her about what was happening. Rude, but understandable. My terrifying ghost story that you'll all think is funny, but it's not. I'm now 50. I'm an electrical and electronics engineer, so I have a particular way of observing things, thinking about them and explaining them. When I go on a job, I have to approach it logically and methodically, work out what's really happening by testing, measuring, and observing. So I'm not taken to flights of fancy, and to this end I actually don't believe in ghosts. Even to this day with my experience, I can't bring myself to overcome my years of training and my experience to believe in something that I can't explain. I think orbs in photos are obviously illuminated dust close to the lens. I think EVP is whatever somebody wants to hear, and psychics are con men and women. Sus. Or you just mean women are generally psychic, to which I agree. I'm also not religious or spiritual. I think once you're gone, that's it, you're gone. This is my initial experience. I brushed it off originally. And then my reassessment when my dad told me his story. This is 100% genuine, and when it happened, it terrified me, but when I tell anybody, they think it's funny or some kind of joke. I had put it totally behind me, but my dad, who's now well into his 70s, told me something recently that made me question whether I'm kind of fooling myself. I just don't know what to think anymore. So here I am, and here is the story. In 1985, which was my exam year, we moved house from an old Victorian terrace into a new house. It was new, built maybe 15 years earlier, and old friends. Or on old fields. This is rural England, no Indian burial grounds, old graveyards, early English or Roman graves or anything silly like that. It was pasture fields for cows. Always had been and nothing else. When we moved in, I was like 15. Youngest in my year at school. Everything was great. Over time, I'd go through spells where I'd wake up feeling like I was being pushed into the bed, or wake up from a deep sleep. I sleep really deep and never remember my dreams. while having a great dream too, and feeling instantly afraid like there was something dark, otherwise known as evil, in the room. Lots of stuff like this. It would go on for a few weeks and then nothing. A couple of months later it would start all over again. I went to the library, bought books, talked to people, and yeah, this was, if you can imagine it, before the internet. I can. I came to the conclusion that it was sleep paralysis or something along these lines because it always happened when I was either asleep or just about to fall asleep. This went on for ages. Then one night when I was about 22, 23, I was working 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., then 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. I'd be on the evening shift. By the time I got home, it was about 11 p.m. My usual thing was to watch junk TV for a couple of hours and sort of kind of wind down. While doing this, have a snack, have a few cups of tea, then go back to bed at 2 a.m.-ish. So there I am watching TV. Mom and Dad have gone to bed, and the only door into the room is right by my right-hand side. There's big gardens to the front and the rear room. No one there but me. I'm looking at an angle to my left watching TV, and suddenly to my right I hear someone fart. This is where people start laughing, but I swear it isn't a joke, and I wasn't laughing. In the split second it took my head to turn from the TV to the sound of the farting, I'd already come to the conclusion. My mom or dad must have walked into the room and farted. That's ludicrous for all manner of reasons. First, they're old-school English. If they dropped one in public, they'd die of embarrassment. Second, there'd be no reason for them to walk into that room unless they were going to sit and watch TV. And third, the door at my side was definitely and firmly closed still. I have to admit the hairs on the back of my neck stood up because I was sure I'd heard it. But hey, I'm an engineer working in fields involving sound systems. And since no one's there and therefore no one can have farted, I must have imagined it. What was the sound on the TV program? So I gingerly started watching TV again, even though I was a bit uncomfortable. I don't know how much later it was, 5, 10, 20 minutes later. I must have taken a sip of my cup of tea and completely forgotten about what happened. I hear it again from the same place, but this time I don't know if it's louder or clearer or if I was more edgy. But this time, I'm 100% sure that I definitely heard it. This is not some sound on the TV or my imagination. I turn and look again and there's nothing there, but now the hairs on the back of my neck are really standing. And as I sat there wondering what the hell just happened, within a couple of seconds max, the smell appeared. It was vile. Can't even describe it. It wasn't a fart smell, but you could, ever smell a smell that made you think the thing that did this wants to hurt you? That was the smell. Dumped my tea onto the coffee table, spun around and opened the door, shot out of it, just shutting it behind me, ran to my room and sat there all night with the light on saying the Lord's Prayer. And I'm not religious. I don't believe in a God. It freaked me out that much. Over the last 30 years, I've played it down and down in my mind to the conclusion that it can't have happened. Ghosts don't exist, and that's what I've stuck with. Till a few weeks ago, and now I'm not sure at all. What happened is that my mom and dad moved from that house to an even newer one, about 10 years old. My dad's been ill with pneumonia, and since he's up coughing and sputtering all night, he's in one room. My mom's in the other. One night my mom's asleep. She feels someone prodding her arm over and over. She assumes it's my dad who isn't feeling well and is trying to wake her up. In her sleepy state, she says, "Yes, what do you want?" No answer. "What do you want?" No answer. And the prodding carries on. She wakes up and says, "What do you want?" When she looks, there's an old woman stood there, prodding her arm. Mom freaks out, hides underneath the covers. When she gathers the courage to look, no one's there. Wakes up Dad, they go downstairs, turn the alarm off, downstairs only. No one there. Search the house, no one there. Freaky bit. I think my mom's imagining things and jokingly say to my dad a couple of weeks later, "Hey, maybe it's the ghost from the old house that's following you." He says, "No, we didn't bring her with us." So I say, "What do you mean by her?" "Well, it was an old woman." "How do you mean?" "I saw her." Turns out he'd seen a ghost at the old house plain as day. He actually thought he'd left the front door unlocked and somebody had wandered in. He was sat in the kitchen, the door opened, and she was stood looking at him. She turned around, literally a 90-degree turn, and walked into the living room where I had my experience. We followed her in, one door in, nowhere to hide, no one there. He'd always told me that he'd seen things out of the corner of his eye, but thought he must be imagining it, but never this. Talked to my sister, who moved out maybe 5 years before all this, and she said, "Oh yeah, he told me that years ago, but he didn't say anything to you because he thought you and Mom would be scared and wouldn't want to move house. Couldn't afford to." So there I am, thinking I'm going mad, deciding I'm imagining things, and all my blinking dad had seen it and knew it was real. So, what does this mean? Was it a ghost? Do ghosts exist? Never had another experience since I moved out, and I still can't bring myself to accept it was a ghost over some other more rational explanation. I mean, why would a blinking ghost fart? And how could it? After 50 years, I can't accept ghosts are real and there isn't always a logical scientific explanation, even if it isn't obvious. I believe in the ghost fart. Smelling is believing. I got attacked by a ghost last night. That's a good 20 plus years ago, probably 25 plus. Last night I'm asleep lying in bed on my right-hand side, having a weird dream, and no, I haven't been watching scary movies. In my dream, I'm in some weird American apartment full of bookshelves and antique books. I'm showing some antique books to some prospective buyers. I think this probably comes from watching an episode of Elementary involving a stolen antique map that morning. Suddenly in my dream, I'm aware that a spirit wants to get me, but it's gone into the apartment next door by mistake. No, it sounds mad. I don't know why I'm dreaming about spirits or anything related to them. Next thing I know, and completely unrelated to my dream, I'm waking up because I've just been smashed in the head at full force by what felt like a pillow. Like somebody's taken a pillow, raised it above their head, and hit me at full throttle as hard as they can on the side of my head. I felt the thwack. My ear pressure changed, like an ear almost popped from hitting me on the side. Felt the thump on my head. I woke up instantly, kind of tried to say something like, "What?" But all that my mouth could really manage was a load of gibberish. At the same time, the hairs on the back of my neck stood out like crazy. I turned around to see if somebody's there. It scared the bejesus out of me. It wasn't part of my dream, it was kind of related to the theme of my dream, but I had a real-world reaction to it, like I was properly slapped in the head in real life and felt it. Instantly woke up from my dream. In it no way fitted in with my dream. It was odd. I'm torn between thinking it was real or my brain's imagining things. It wasn't a pillow I was hit with, if I was hit by anything. They hadn't moved, but it felt like getting hit over the head with one, and it was kind of the thwack. This was at 4 a.m.-ish British time. Hope I don't have any more experiences tonight. Can't be going through all that again. A protective spirit lives in my home. Since I was little, a spirit or being has been protecting my family. I don't know what kind, but it wants to stay. I didn't know about this until I was an adult, and when my mom and I got talking about our ghost experiences one day. Some background. I've lived in 3 homes. The first I don't remember because we moved when I was a couple of months old. The second I lived in until I was a sophomore in college. The third I lived in and still with my family from junior year until now, the year after my graduating. In the second and third house, there's always been some areas of the house that felt strange. Creepy, like somebody was intently watching you, but not unwelcoming. Still, it was strong enough that I didn't like these areas at night when I was a kid. In my second house, it was the hallway that led to the dead-end laundry room, the kitchen that hallway was attached to, and my parents' bedroom. Similarly, in my third house, the feeling was in the kitchen, my parents' bedroom, and stairs. I never saw the spirit, not that I remember, but somehow I knew it was very tall and skinny. He only sometimes had very short horns. I never had a reason to feel any creepiness from these areas because I never saw anything there, or so I thought. I'd never told anybody about the feeling or the spirit until my mom and I started talking about ghosts that one day. I mentioned it. Without missing a beat, my mom says, "Oh, that's the old grandpa." Mom then proceeded to explain the exact feeling I would get in the same areas of the house. She also explained he was very tall. That's all she knew about him. This spirit's been following her since she was little. She experienced similar feelings in areas of her childhood homes, but never thought much of it until she moved into my and my parents' first home. When I was a baby, I would frequently wake up in the night and cry. Mom would get up, turn on the light, breastfeed me, and then put me to bed and turn off the light. One night, my mom woke up with the feeling of creepiness I described, but extremely intense. She got up to check on me since it was about the time of night I would wake up, but this time she didn't turn the light on, not wanting to wake me if I was still asleep. And I was. As she was watching me, she heard something, a tapping on the window. Slowly, then a little louder and faster, just enough for me to wake up and start crying. As soon as I did, the sound abruptly stopped. A quick visit from the police revealed a peeping Tom would tap at the window at night to wake me, and then he would watch my mom feed me. Ew. My parents moved within the next couple of weeks. Good. The spirit followed my mom to the second house where I grew up. She credits several instances of warning before danger to the spirit. One example is her waking up to that feeling before an attempted home invasion. Nowadays, in our third home, we live in a much safer area, so nothing like that's happened to my knowledge. When I asked if she knew why he appeared in the kitchen in her bedroom, she laughed and said, "Look, he's creepy and kind of a perv, but he's harmless." She does say to not be surprised if he starts following me around when I have kids. You kind of want to help protect. That's why she calls him the old grandpa. Now, my experiences with him, they're mostly the energy I feel from him. Rarely anymore. One time when I was in middle school, I was doing dishes in the kitchen of my second house. I had one earbud in and the other out. Why, I could feel that feeling, and I was trying my best not to look over my shoulder down the hallway every minute or so. The one earbud was out to hear if anybody walked up behind me. Dumb, I know. Then through the earbud that was still in my ear, it started like a whisper. Nearly had a heart attack, yanked out my earbud and started down the hallway. Nothing. Never knew what that was about, but I now assume that it was him. One last thing of interest. When I moved to my apartment for college and lived there during school, came back for holidays and summer, I never felt his presence. And I've never felt it outside the 2 houses I remember. My mom, however, has felt it only one place in the world outside of her homes. Scotland. My heritage is Scottish on both my mom and dad's side. My immediate family itself is not from Scotland. We're regular white breed all-American cheese. White bread. Even so, we decided to take a trip there. One of the places that we visited was burned down and currently being restored. It's a Dunan's Castle, also known as Fletcher Castle. We were signing our family in for a tour, but our guide stops us when he sees our last name. As in the Scottish version. When we confirmed yes, our guide smiled and said, "I've got a surprise for you then." On the side of the castle is a plaque of 2 hands shaking, both the Fletcher and our family name on it, along with the inscription, "Leche Du." From what I remember, our family back in the day and the Fletcher family helped each other in times of need. That trip was a few years ago and I never felt anything. But later during our ghost story telling, my mom told me that she felt old Grandpa there. That's the reason that I've started calling him the Scottish Gaelic word for Grandpa, Seigneur. Seanair? Seanair. I can't do Gaelic. Want to. Nowadays he hangs out. Ever since that day talking with my mom when I mentioned being really freaked out in certain areas of the house, I don't feel his presence much anymore in those areas, almost as if he felt bad for freaking me out. I almost never feel him in the kitchen anymore, and instead of being at the top of the stairs, I only ever feel him at the bottom, and only when I'm going to bed. He still likes my parents' bedroom a lot, but I'm almost basically never in there. Whenever I mention him to others now, and even as I was writing this, I get overcome with a feeling of staticiness in my limbs, and a sort of cottony feeling in my head, like dizzy in a good way, which is a little strange. I'm not sure what it all means, and I don't know if he's actually Scottish or what kind of spirit he is, but other than sort of emanating a kind of creepy energy, he actually seems to be doing more good than harm here. So I'm happy to have him. My family's history with the supernatural. To begin, I don't think I believe in the paranormal. It's a family trait that we scoff at anything, pretty much despite having our share of odd stories and small encounters. Our opinion on religion and the supernatural has always been one of stoic agnosticism. Regardless, there are family stories that get told again and again, usually to guests in the late of the night, and with a bubbly haze of booze in the air. I'm also aware that recently a lot of these subs have been getting a lot of exaggerated, and some fictional stories too. I don't want to appear as a no-sleeper who escaped their cage, so I'll try to write these simply and without much opinion, just give you the details as I experienced them, or as I've been told. My family moved to Ireland around the year 2000. We moved into an incredibly old and almost dilapidated house on the west coast. It's around here where this history with potentially supernatural occurrences began. I do have many other stories from my extended family too, although I think I can validate turning these into separate posts. I'll just use this one to focus on our time in Ireland. I'll begin with our family's ghost story, the one that began it all. 1. I don't really know time frames, but it must have been within our first year of living in the house. My mother's not a believer in the paranormal, but at the same time she's not a stranger to it. Our house had a large front garden with a small path that ran straight down the middle of the road front door. Our kitchen overlooks this. It's a big room with large, uncurtained windows, quite spooky at night. Attached to the kitchen is a playroom that faces out the back of the house, and likewise has massive, uncurtained windows. Every now and then my mother would glimpse a lady in white through the kitchen window. They'd be walking down a path toward the door. The first few times she went to greet the lady, but found no one there. And these sightings continued, and she would either see the lady walking down the path or catch a glimpse of something white passing directly by the window. She ignored these and never brought it up with my father. One day, however, they were both in the kitchen, and again my mother saw the flash of something white glide by the window. Used to it by this point, she said nothing and continued with whatever she was doing. But then my father said, unprompted, "Wish that bloody woman would go away." It was then she realized that she wasn't seeing things. For the first time, they both acknowledged the presence of this woman. Things escalated from there. My father began seeing this woman, except now he would see her passing by the back windows in the playroom sometimes. That room overlooked some fields that lead to the sea. I think by this point he was getting really freaked out. One night in particular, he said he watched the lights flicker on and off in the room and watched the woman go back and forth in front of the window for ages. While that seemed like the bubbling point, the real turning point involved 3-year-old me. One day I was playing on my own in the living room. This has another large window forcing out into a little walled-off section round the back of the house. It was always overgrown and wild, as it was impossible to get a lawnmower at that point. My mother heard me screaming bloody murder before she could even get to me. I was flying out of the room in utter hysterics and unable to speak coherently. I kept screaming about a massive white bird that had been stood peering at me through the back window while I played. At this point, they decided to do something. Got someone. I don't think it was a priest, but maybe a local who was religious to visit the house. And ultimately bless it, and after that, the haunting stopped. Now, we had a strange situation with this house. Due to some family issues, we ended up moving out of that house after a couple of years. My parents separated, and me and my siblings spent a few years moving around to different houses in areas of the west coast of Ireland. Eventually, we moved back into this house. I spent the remainder of my teenage years living there with my mother. To keep things brief, though, I'm just going to list everything weird I think that happened between the story above to basically how the situations weirdly continued with my younger sister. They live in that big old house alone with my mother now. Here it is. My father has kind of another wild story from when we first lived in that house. Not sure when it happened exactly. Nearby to that house, along a path leading to a nearby beach, is a house notorious for being strange. This is about a 90-second walk away. A lot of the more superstitious locals genuinely think it's evil. It was built by a man for his family and something bad happened, but I can't remember what. And so for as long as I've known, it's been uninhabited. One night my father was walking our dog. It was heading to the beach. It had just gotten dark, so the land was black, but the sky still had a touch of deep blue to it. As he passed this house, he looked over to it and was shocked to see that in the field directly behind was a large mass, like a big shadow swirling around in this field. He could just see it silhouetted against the sky. He said it almost looked like a flock of birds, but was more like a concentrated shadow. Just flowed round in a circle around the edges of this field. And the other problem he had was that it was just completely silent. We watched it for a while in shock, however the dog didn't react, and eventually he bailed. 3. My parents also have a story that I remember them clearly telling some guests that we had over one night, but I've since asked my mom about it and she can't recall it. In our house, their bedroom was directly above the kitchen. One night, they heard a great mass of moving things and animal-like noises. I remember their description so well because as a kid it freaked me out. They described it as a sound as if a tiger was going through the dishwasher, as in taking plates and moving them about. 4. After moving out, me and my sisters moved into another house with my mother and new partner. It was again quite old, but weirdly Spanish in its design. I remember it having iron sheets with bowls inlaid in the wall and black iron spiral staircase leading to the second floor. Me and my sisters have all agreed that house was haunted, but we only openly talked about this opinion many years later. It was when we all admitted this, that I suddenly got the realization that what I was used to seeing was this kid in that house might very well not have been my imagination. I remember very distinctly how almost every night I would be terrified. I was about 6 years old at this point. I was terrified of a silhouette that stood in the corner of my room where the door was. The door opened inwards, so it stood in the exact spot that would be hidden if the door was opened. I slept with the door shut, and when my eyes would adjust to the dark, I'd always be able to see this shadow. It led me to having to come up with coping mechanisms to deal with the monsters in the room, as I called them. I convinced myself I was safe from it as long as I always pretended to be asleep, but I would secretly stare at it for ages. 5. In this same Spanishy house, one night we all headed out somewhere, leaving our dog behind. I don't remember what we did, but we arrived home late, found that for some reason every single window in the house was swung wide open. Every single one. I remember sitting on my bed while everybody searched the house, my older sister coming to my room and checking under the bed. The explanation was that the dog had somehow learned to open the windows and had done it while we were out. Now skip forward to when me, my mother, and my 2 younger sisters moved back into the coastal Irish house, a few years later. I'll list off all the weird things, although more minor, that happened here. 6. One morning I came and sat in bed with my mother. My younger sisters were downstairs. At some point she got up and went downstairs to join them. I was reading a large book, and although I could see the doorway clearly, it was just large enough that it obscured my view of the floor there. After some time, I jumped when I suddenly heard a singular note being played on a toy keyboard that we'd gotten at some point. I looked, and there it was, sat perfectly straight in the middle of the doorway, where I hadn't seen it before. The key wasn't moving, but a single note was repeatedly coming through the speakers. I got up, turned it off, went down to my sister. I grilled her about where exactly she had left the keyboard. She swore over and over again that it had been left downstairs with them. This could have just been a prank, although I'm not really trying to point anyone or stand in the doorway and place it. 7. I slept in the room that had a hatch to the attic. My bed was a bunk bed, but with a desk instead of a bottom bunk. This means I slept about 3 feet below the ceiling and the hatch was over my feet. On multiple occasions I woke to find the hatch lifted and slid open. This hatch was just a thick slab of wood that loosely sat in a frame to cover the hole. It had to be lifted about 3 inches up before you could slide it to the side. Still, could have just been air currents. It's a big and breezy house. 8. Some minor things. As a kid, about 5 years old, my sister once accidentally cut her wrist while washing a glass. My whole family rushed over to her neighbor, and just retired nurse, is I think what her job was, and I for some reason stayed at home. It was nighttime. They were only gone for about 15 minutes, but while gone I heard somebody knocking on the front door using the heavy iron door knocker attached to it. I was scared, so I pushed the crate against the door and looked through the eye hole. No one was there. I didn't open the door. I specifically once felt myself get poked in the back one day while in my room. Could have been a muscle spasm, I guess. We used to have a wicker chair that would creak as it was being sat on in the night. That's when I would be the last one up. I figured it was something to do with the wicker setting. We frequently had a fire instead of radiators, and I once saw a translucent foot. It almost looked cartoony, but the foot of a marshmallow man walked around the corner toward me. However, it vanished after a second, and I just shrugged it off. A bigger story, number 9. One night when my older sister was visiting, we stayed up late watching marbled Hornets. Thoroughly creeped out, went to bed late. The electrics in the house were always pretty bad, so my mother grilled us kids in the habit of switching everything off before bed in case of bad electrics causing a fire. As we went to bed, I locked up and switched everything off. About 20 minutes into trying to fall asleep, I suddenly heard my dog barking. I crept out onto the landing and saw the dog sat at the opposite side of the stairs, opposite to where you'd actually walk down them, staring down below. I quickly noticed that the kitchen door was wide open despite locking it, and the kitchen light was now on. Not only that, but the front door was now swung wide open too. Having just spent an hour watching marbled Hornets, I was freaked out. Took my dog down with me and relocked everything, switched everything off again. I went to bed imagining the slender man loping around in the hallway behind me. 10. One night my mother and her boyfriend said they'd heard two people talking in the kitchen while they tried to sleep. I don't know why neither of them ever got up to check it out. I didn't really ask. A couple of days later, we found out that the wire we used to tie the front gate shut to stop my baby sister from getting out into the road, it had been cut. I'm sure nothing paranormal. Some people probably just came into our house. It's still weird the wire was cut, as the gate was only a few feet tall and easy to hop over. Completely unnecessary to cut the wire. 11. This is probably the most unbelievable one. And I generally don't tell people this unless I believe they're very open-minded for that reason. There's no point telling it to people I don't think will believe it. It was not a dream. I'm not superstitious. I just can't explain it. One night, 15 or 16 years old, I couldn't sleep. My bedroom at this point was a large room in the back of the house and had large windows. I couldn't sleep though, and I felt like I could hear something. There was no discernible noise. I just had the feeling that there was something kind of sound or vibration, but it was so faint I convinced myself it was my imagination. Still, it didn't go. And the feeling was so persistent that I got up and went to the window. I pressed my ear to it. The windows were old and rusted shut. They didn't open. I realized that there was definitely some kind of vibration. Now, curious, I went downstairs and quietly opened the front door. What greeted me in the night was completely different. It was a loud thumping noise that filled up the entire night. I mean loud. I don't understand how it wasn't more audible from my room. It was deep and bassy and rhythmically thumping. Basically, just like if you were at a festival, it sounded like the bass drum from a dance track, and about that loud too. But I'm stood in the middle of rural Ireland. All that surrounds me is fields, old abandoned stone houses, and 60-year-old farmers. It's also like 3 a.m. Excited and curious, I rushed back inside, and being a lame teenager, I dressed myself head to toe in black, put on a face mask. I was just caught up in the moment. I snuck outside. I head into the front garden. I hop the wall into the road, following this massive thumping sound that just reverberates in your chest. It sounded like a heartbeat. I don't have to go far. On the opposite side of the road, it's a long abandoned house. Now, you see these a lot in the Irish countryside. These old abandoned stone houses that kind of fallen through and have been left to rot in the weather for 100 years. This is one of those houses. Thatched roof and all. It's a small old farmhouse. It's got a walled-off field attached to the back. Inside that field is a stone or cement hut. I don't know what it's used for, but it's literally like a 4x4 meter single room. I get to the wall of this field, and I can just tell that the sound's coming from there. Literally straight across the road from my house. I don't go any further, I just crouch down in the darkness and watch this hut, listening to this rumbling, booming heartbeat noise. I can't see any lights or anything. I eventually go home, and I remember shaking so much from the adrenaline I could hardly stand. I don't remember the rest of the night. I guess it just eventually stopped, and I eventually went to bed and fell asleep. Now that's the majority of the events. Or the events I experienced while living there. Mostly as a teen. I moved out at 17, still completely unconvinced of the paranormal and that there was really anything still in that house. No one ever really seemed to have experienced anything, so I never talked about any of the above with my family. Eventually, my second youngest sister moved out of that house for uni, and all that was left was my youngest sister having only started secondary school and my mother. Over the last couple of years, and as my younger sis, who I'll refer to as YS from now on, became a teen, every now and then while calling my mother for catch-up, my mom would tell me about how YS has been being a wimp and freaking herself out. Started a while ago and was a bit of a running joke. YS was doing typical teenage things. She'd invite her friends over, they'd watch some horror film, get scared, and then swear they heard noises or saw something. Saw lights moving through the house. Just typical shit. We'd laugh about it, and every now and then my mom would have a new story. Got to the point where it was kind of happening frequently. My mom would go out for a drink with friends, YS would call her after a couple of hours freaking out because she'd heard or seen something. The main one I remember is that she'd been home alone in the bedroom on her phone, when suddenly a woman screamed her lungs out right outside her bedroom door. Obviously, she flipped and called my mom in tears. My mom dismissed it, said she'd probably heard the neighbors shouting at each other, yada yada yada. This happened a few times, and we always laughed at YS for being a chicken and freaking herself out. We have a friend who's a white witch, and to calm YS down, my mom invited her around to smoke the house, whatever it's called. She thought this would be a bit of a placebo for YS, and for a while everything did calm down. This lady also thinks that YS is quite perceptible to these things. So she's had some weird results in doing some kind of chant for YS. Then I visited my mother a couple of years back. We went to the pub, and after some drinks, she admitted something that made me swear not to tell YS. One morning, my mom awoke, and just before she needed to get up for work, she lay in bed for a few minutes just savoring the free time, and then heard YS walk down the stairs. It's an old house, so those stairs creak like all hell. As well as that, there's a baby gate at the bottom of the stairs to stop her dogs from getting upstairs during the night. Surprised, she eventually gets up and goes downstairs. Baby gate is still locked, and she looks around. YS is nowhere, goes back upstairs. YS is still passed out in her bed, so no one got up and could have walked down those stairs. But yeah, this could have just been some kind of sleep delusion. My mother's the most stubborn of us, when it comes to acknowledging the paranormal at least. But with this, she's very serious. Now, last story. Skip forward a year, it's been a while, and I've been keeping bad contact with them, so I'm not really up to date. These little scares have been happening, but I've heard about nothing major. Finally meet up with them again last November for a family or early sort of Christmas thing. On the first night I'm talking to YS, and I can't remember if I bring it up or if she does, but we start talking about her experiences. Then she tells me this. And as she tells me this, she's in no way excited or elated or anything. For a 15-year-old, there was no theatric, just blankly regaled the story. Sort of as if to say, now are you gonna tell me it's not true too? She just seems tired and casual about it and admits that she's sick of all of us just never believing her. So she says this. My mother's out with some friends. YS has two of her own teenager friends over having a sleepover. I think these two friends are common culprits for jumping on the spooky bandwagon and kind of commonly freak themselves out. However, this time they're all stood in the kitchen. It's a pretty dark house, there's only a lamp on when they're talking. They stood in the corner of the table, spread out a bit. It's a tall table, so the chairs are quite heavy wooden ones. And when you sit on them, they're tall enough that your feet don't touch the ground. While they're chatting, they hear a scraping noise. And for a second, YS can't figure out what it is. She thinks it's the fridge making a weird noise. Then from in between them, one of those heavy-ass chairs slowly fucking slides away from the table. I try to ask her really specific questions here. Seems like it moved about 1.5 meters over a few seconds. It's not really fast. but it does slide out in a diagonal path away from the table in between the girls. The chair then lifts onto one of the legs of YS. Genuinely said it span around 3 times on that back leg, then fell over flat, leading down to the back hallway near the side of the table. They freaked the hell out. YS manages to take a really shaky picture, but she's kind of late to take it, so it's just of the chair lying flat in the hallway, and that's it. Now, I know that seems like a typical lie told by a freaked-out teen, but she's really not like that. And the way she haggardly told me the story just got me. I told her I believed her. We talked for a long time about my experiences and other experiences that she's had. And that's kind of where the story's left off. An incident I had 5 years ago. To start in a typical fashion, I don't really believe in this stuff. I'd like to, and I have had small, strange incidents throughout my life that could possibly be explained, but ultimately are a little bit beyond the norm. I grew up in rural Ireland. I think in my teens the idea of the supernatural simply excited me. Being surrounded by old farmers with their strange folk tales, and even members of my family who held defiant stances against the paranormal world, but had inexplicably experienced strange things. I grew up with an eager attention towards these things, but definitely do not hold any strong beliefs. Either way, I've experienced some weird things that may interest some of you, and I intend to write a few of them up, just because. This particular situation is just what happened. I'm implying nothing nor making any assumptions or conclusions, just writing it up as it happened. About 5 years back, I lived with my father in the UK over summer while awaiting my uni to start again in September. It was a relatively newish house in a nice residential area of a large town. The house was at the top of a hill and nearby was a small graveyard. I had my PC set up in the dining room. It was on a table placed so that way I had my back facing the large bay window. That night my father was away somewhere. It was just me and my stepmother at home. At this point she was in bed. It was quite late, definitely after midnight. I got a text that he'd be back in about an hour, maybe 2 hours' time. Despite knowing he was coming home later, while just browsing stuff, I heard a tap on the window. I instantly assumed it was my father having returned super early. Turned around and couldn't see anybody, but this didn't shake that idea that he must have been home and wanted me to open the door for him. Bear in mind, this was the back of the house, so in the adjoining kitchen there was a back door only about 5 feet away from the edge of the bay windows, so it did make sense for him to be tapping on the window. I get up, go to the kitchen, open the door, and find no one there. I figured, oh, well, I guess it's a strange occurrence. I shrugged it off. It was a nice night, though, and I just stood in the doorway for a minute and looked at the stars. It was only a minute, but suddenly, exactly where I was looking, I saw a weird shape flash across the sky. It was like a shooting star, but it was very rapidly sped in the same shape a heartbeat monitor makes and then blips up and down, only from left to right instead. That's sort of to say that it traveled in a line from right, shot up, then directly down, then back up halfway and off again in a straight line. I felt like I was watching it move, but it went so fast that I basically saw the whole shape in one instant. It was about as long as your finger would cover at arm's length. Again, I just thought it was weird. Immediately after, though, I heard stuff move on the kitchen counter directly behind me. In fact, it made the exact noise of the kettle being placed on its base. So similarly that I 100% believed my stepmother had woken and was putting the kettle on. I spoke to greet her and turned around only to find the room empty and still. Thought it was weird, but I left things alone and went back to my PC. The night ended normally. Now, the next bit is hard to describe effectively, and in my opinion is both more inexplicable but understandably hard to believe. It may also be totally unrelated to the first half of the story, keep that in mind. Over the next 2 to 3 weeks, I was harassed by a tiny shape. I remember it starting almost immediately after that night, but in no way can remember specific time frames. We had a piano in that same dining room, and in the middle of the day I was sat playing it. While playing it, I started seeing this little shadow about 5 or 6 inches tall dart behind things. For instance, I would see in my peripheral hide behind my leg, or I would be looking at the piano and notice it move behind a picture frame on top. It didn't stay exclusively in my peripheral. It would sometimes move around quite close to the center of my vision, but just in areas I wasn't directly focusing on. It wouldn't move across large stretches at first either. More just like I would notice it quickly hide behind things as if it had been peeking out and I hadn't previously noticed it. I remember while playing the piano this first time over this 10-minute window, it happened over and over to the point where I became really frustrated and tense. It wasn't frightening at all, but so frustrating that I began stressing out. This happened, as I said, for about 3 weeks. And this time I also moved out of my father's house and into my new student house. I was happy to be back with my friends in a free environment, but was still kept on edge by this constant shadow. I didn't mention it to anybody for the duration it happened for. It escalated at one point to where I'd be sitting in a room and see it fly around the ceiling and hide behind light shades like a bat flitting about. In the few times I clearly remember seeing it, I was alone, although it may have happened a few times with other people in the room. And then, just as it started, it suddenly stopped. And that was it. I was left alone, I accepted it, and I moved on. That's the first of my potential incidents. Sorry for length, but I didn't want to split these 2 instances up. Generally consider them as one incident. I know of people who experience stress kind of through weird visual hallucinations. I suppose it could have been this, although I don't remember being stressed at that time, nor for really a long period. Never experienced anything similar. Four deaths in my family. Okay, so on to the first experience. I was around 6 at the time and playing outside when I suddenly really had to use the toilet. So I'm sprinting to the house to go do my business, and as I pass the front window, a disembodied hand appears on the opposite side of the window pane. It clenches its fist, knocks on the window 3 times before vanishing. Me, being a brave but dumb 6-year-old who would be first to die in a horror film, makes the wise decision to go inside anyway and ask who's there. Of course, no one answers since my parents are outside gardening, and my other living sibling are also outside playing. Notice how I said living. At the time, I had one other deceased sibling who had died many years prior in that same house. I like to think that disembodied hand was that brother trying to scare me into peeing myself. But joke's on him because I managed to hold it in. Now the creepy thing is that after we moved, that house flooded twice before burning down. All that's left is an empty lot. Part of me thinks that my brother stuck around to prevent natural disasters, and once we left, he left too. Cut to a decade later. This is when we get into the really heavy stuff, so be warned. I feel warned. For a couple of months prior to my 17th birthday, I had recurring dreams about being diagnosed with cancer, which was odd because it was something I'd never worried about before. Then on my birthday, I had an absolutely terrifying dream that my sister was going to die. So vivid that I woke up sobbing and even told my mom that I thought my sister was going to pass away soon. She didn't believe me. And sadly, by the time my sister came home, I convinced myself it was just a dream too. I never warned her. That was a mistake. A month later, she passed in a car accident. At this point, I'd like to remind all those reading to be careful driving in the winter, especially when ice is partially melted and slippery. The narrator seconds that notion. Another weird thing with my sister's death is she seemed almost subconsciously aware that she would die soon, even though it was unexpected, and that I failed to warn her. She told my mom multiple times in the months leading up to her death to make sure to let her horse see and sniff her body if she ever passed away, so that she knew she didn't just abandon them. About a week after my sister's death, my dad's biopsy results came back. This is where the cancer dreams become relevant. Turns out he had stage 4 cancer for a while, prior to diagnosis too. Same cancer I'd been dreaming about. Not a year later, he passed away. At the time, I was devastated. It was unimaginably painful to lose 2 family members back to back. I was also dealing with guilt and dissociation, and reality felt unreal, especially with the prophetic dreams blurring the lines between past, present, and future. Sadly, this was not the end of those dreams. Cut to 4 years later. I started having suicide dreams a few months before college winter break. Later, while on break, I found out that my brother had been depressed and suicidal for these past few months. I talked to him about it and told him that I was there for him and I loved him no matter what. But I guess that wasn't enough. Thought he was doing better. He had just gotten a new, well-paying job, and we had just finished a nice family dinner, and something we hadn't had in quite a while. He went downstairs to his room, and I went upstairs to bed. That night I had another suicide dream, but in hindsight, this one was different from the rest. It felt more like a visitation dream. In it, my brother led me downstairs to his body. He explained to me why he did what he did. Not with words, but with emotions. I could feel what he was feeling. He then said he had to go now, and I woke up screaming. You'd think I would have learned my lesson by now, but I guess not. I convinced myself that it was just a dream, and I decided to go downstairs to do some laundry and found his body instead. It was lying in the exact same position it was in my dream. Because of the way it was propped, I thought he was still alive and went to say good morning before I realized that he'd passed. For a few days after, I couldn't sleep because all I could see was my brother's body. But one early morning, it just stopped and I could sleep again. I suspect that my brother was helping reduce my PTSD from the other side. Rest in peace. The Disembodied Hand. I know how incredibly cliché the title sounds, but I swear that this really happened. When I was around 6 or 7 years old and right before my family moved to the States, not for scary, haunting-related reasons, my dad needed to relocate for his new job. My siblings and I were playing outside on our trampoline while our parents were busy doing yard work, mowing and weeding, etc. No one was inside the house at the time, at least no one alive. Well, it was early afternoon, and we had been out there for a while, or what felt like hours, at least in my child mind. And I really needed to pee. Like it was an emergency, and I really didn't want to pee my pants. So I got off the trampoline, made my way to the front of the house, went into the nearest bathroom. At the front of the house, there was this large window which jutted forward and out from the rest of the house like a 3D trapezoid. As I was waddling by this window in an attempt to hold it in, I saw a pale white hand rise up from behind the windowsill. The hand was visible only down to the wrist, at which point it looked to be attached to nothing and was suspended mid-air. Initially, this hand was in an open position and looked as though it was about to wave hello. But instead of waving, it clenched into a fist and knocked on the glass, once, twice, thrice. Then it opened into a splayed position and vanished into thin air. Now at the point, the smart thing to do would have been to book it. But I really needed to be, and I was curious as to who or what could be in the house. Yes, I am that blonde chick that is the first to die in a horror film. As an added bonus, the room that I saw the hand in was the same room that was attached to the nearest bathroom, so I would have to enter that room anyway in order to do my business. In my astounding brilliance, I entered the house, and that room in particular, I asked, "Who's there?" Luckily or unluckily, I didn't get a response. It was at this point that I knew I had fucked up. I remembered that everybody was outside and that I was therefore the only person in the house, alone. That was when the fear hit me and I booked it out of there. Needless to say, I decided to pee outside that day. So would I. Amen. Positive experiences with the paranormal. Question. From an outside perspective, it appears as though there are many more neutral or negative encounters with the paranormal. Very limited positive ones. Personally, I think that this may be due to what people tend to focus on. Negative memories tend to override positive ones. I was wondering if indeed positive experiences were just as numerous as negative ones, but less recognized or remembered. Out of what I believe to be the few truly paranormal experiences that I've had, I can remember only one that seemed positive. Most of the others were neutral, with like a few being negative. I discussed my one positive experience in another post about haunted hotels, but I thought I would include it here as well. I actually had a positive encounter with a hotel ghost, so I would say that they aren't always bad to have around. Basically, it was a very, very old hotel that was repeatedly haunted. Ghost tours and all that. And at the time, and still somewhat, I was incredibly scared of the dark and of sleeping in new locations, especially given the haunted reputation. So instead of sleeping, I was on my phone. Just got my first smartphone at the time. Expected to stay wide awake all night fighting with my fear. As I was reading my phone in position to the window, in my peripheral vision I could see that the curtains were blowing back and forth in the breeze of the AC. This movement was startling me, so my eyes started focusing on it. Slowly, an apparition started to form in front of the moving curtain. It was translucent but colorful, and I could still see the curtain behind this figure. It was a girl, roughly 11 or 12, with an old early 1900s dress and black shoes and stockings. Her hair was braided down her back. She appeared to be staring out the window. I saw her for roughly a minute before she started to fade from existence. The whole time I was filled with this deep sense of peace, like everything would be alright. This was odd because usually the thought of anything paranormal scares the heck out of me. I've never felt such an intensely positive emotion before or since this encounter. At best, I would liken this to the feeling that people say they feel when they experience an NDE and meet God, but I wasn't dying at the time. After she vanished, I turned over befuddled and trying to warp my mind around what just happened. And at that point, a face started literally overlapping my vision. It looked like an older man with a thick brown beard. Think of your stereotypical lumberjack or brawny man. I got the distinct impression that this was the girl's father. Then the face morphed into that of a blonde woman, and I got the impression that this was her mother. Then the face disappeared and nothing happened after that. But the sense of peace remained. I was able to sleep soundly through the night, and something that wouldn't have happened if I hadn't been for that encounter. I like ending on a positive note. See ya. Greetings, seekers of the strange. Paranormal M invites you to join on a quest for the unexplained. Subscribe and turn on notifications to be part of our community of curious minds. Together, let's unravel the mysteries that lie beyond the realm of understanding. Something whispered a name into my ear. When I was younger, my family and I would often go up to the cabin. The cabin is owned by my father's friend who allows us to stay free of charge. The cabin is a part of a small line of about 10 other cabins with a gravel road dividing them. It's a cute little area, and we still visit it to this day. We usually stay a week, but one time I went ice fishing just with my father when I was about 8 or 9. We go up in the winter and in the summer. We weren't planning on staying there for the night, but by the time we were done ice fishing, we were cold and didn't feel like driving. Our house is about 2 hours away. There's 3 bedrooms in total. The one I stayed in that night had a bunk bed. I slept on the top and my dad slept on the bottom. I was on my DS fairly late. I wasn't really tired, and I was probably like maybe 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning. Sorry to be so specific, I just feel like it's important to include everything to avoid confusion. But out of nowhere, all sounds completely cut out for me, and all I heard was the name Jackie. Weirdly, I wasn't freaked out by this. It's like I had gone deaf for a few seconds and just heard this name. Then everything was back to normal. I decided to call it a night, and I went to bed. I told my dad a few years later what had happened. The lake next to our cabin was originally a town that was flooded by the government when they constructed a dam back in the late 20s, I believe. What I didn't know is, there was also a large cemetery that was a part of the town. My parents believed this might be an answer to what I experienced that night. When we go to the cabin now, I don't usually see or hear anything besides feeling really uncomfortable when I'm alone. I feel like something really likes me there, if that makes sense. It's not scary, it's just weird. The girl in the yellow shirt. I was around 10 years old when I had my first interaction with something that I couldn't explain. It happened in broad daylight. The whole incident started out like every other weekend. The neighborhood kids all got together to play what we called Ghost in the Graveyard, which is typically supposed to be played at night. But my sister and I could never stay out past dusk due to our curfew. We played a few rounds before it was the tagger. Everyone scattered within the set boundaries. Now we have a long stretch of woods between our townhomes and the highway, the width gradually thinning when somebody would walk from the line of the townhouses that I lived on to the line at the far end of the property. I was traveling parallel to this forest. The particular section I was following was behind a line of townhouses and bathed in shadow. I kept my eye out for anybody who might be hiding, so I wasn't exactly caught off guard when I suddenly heard the crunch of foliage as somebody ran through the forest a few feet away from the sidewalk that I was walking on. My head whipped to the side just in time to see a girl around my age with long brown hair and a yellow shirt dart by me in the woods. I gave chase, thinking it was someone from our group. But before I got even halfway across the line of townhouses, she was suddenly gone, having vanished into thin air. I thought it was weird, but brushed it off and continued playing until everybody had made it to the safe zone. I remember looking over all the other kids and suddenly realizing that no one was matching the description of the girl I saw. It couldn't have been anyone new because no one had moved in lately. The only person who could possibly match the mystery girl's description was my sister and I. Neither of us were in the woods at the time or wearing yellow, or even owned a yellow shirt for that matter. Nerf war gone wrong. Most of the paranormal interactions I had that I can remember are from when I was in high school, and this incident was no different. My sister Crisis and I invited a group of friends over for a Nerf war. That's a brutal name. Sorry for inserting that, but Crisis. Brutal. Anyway, My sister Crisis and I invited a group of friends over for a Nerf war since we had owned a sizable amount of Nerf guns of all shapes and sizes. Now our house was known to be a hotspot for the strange and unexplained, so we had code words set up for something if the paranormal nature might happen. We always started off with making sure the house was as dark as we could get it. We were actually playing during the day, by closing curtains and covering windows with thick blankets. Crisis's team, they were the first seekers. My group scattered to hide, went upstairs and ducked into the bathroom. Now, the layout consists of 2 rooms. The first room is where the sink was. A huge mirror spanned across the entirety of the wall above the sink. The second room was further in. That's where the toilet and bathtub was. I stayed in the first room looking for a place to hide. That's when I noticed movement behind me in the mirror. I knew for a fact that I was the only one in the bathroom because I was the first one up the stairs. Against my better judgment, I used the reflection to look at the figure. The dark shape was tucked between the open door and the other half of the bathroom and a cabinet, so tall that its head was level with the door frame. It had no features, just a solid black shape that imitated the shape of a person. Even though it didn't have eyes, I knew it was looking back at me. Next thing I know, I'm just tearing out of the bathroom and just taking the stairs 2 at a time while shouting our code word for an instance like this. Curtains were opened, letting light flood in, and we all gathered in the living room so I could recount my experience. We mutually agreed to stop playing and go outside for a while, so we cleaned up and made ourselves scarce. The blue light. So I'm taking over my sister's Reddit to share my own experience with the supernatural. The setting was a 3-story apartment that me, my sisters, and let's call her Crisis, and Nana. Crisis and Nana. Moved into there after I left my mother's house. It was pretty late, around midnight, and I was the only one awake and was reading on my phone and waiting to get tired. Crisis and I shared a room, while our Nana had the second, which wasn't a problem because it wasn't like we had done it, really none of that. I'm falling. I think I'm just struck by the word or name Crisis, that I'm falling over everything. Oh well. So for context, the layout of the apartment of our room was, Crisis's bed was against the left wall, and then there was a nightstand that was between her bed and mine, my bed being closest to the bathroom. Now we only had a blue lava lamp on the bookshelf between the bathroom and my bed as a nightlight, seeing as neither of us were very fond of the dark. The bathroom had 2 doors, one that connected to our room and the other led to the entrance hall, which is where the front door was. The entrance hall opened up into the dining room, which had the kitchen in front of it and the living room to the right. So, on to the story. I was laying on my back and staring at my phone. That's when I noticed something odd. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see a flickering blue light, like a candle. I could see it from the open bathroom door, since we had both left doors open that night. It seemed to be coming from the entryway or the dining room. Ignored it at first because, while Crisis might investigate, I tended to ignore paranormal happenings, racking my brain for anything that might possibly be producing the weird light. There was no rational excuse for this blue light. Dropped my phone flat against my chest to plunge the room in relative darkness. Looked directly into the bathroom. The light was still there. Laid there for a moment, debating what to do, but ultimately throwing my covers back and climbing out of bed. I warily padded into the bathroom, stopping at the threshold of the second door. Goosebumps rose on my arms when I saw that there was no light source. The rest of the house was pitch black. Confused and rattled, I stepped out into the entranceway, and I shit you not, as soon as I left the bathroom, Crisis woke up screaming. I don't think I've ever flinched so hard in my life. I rushed back into the room and flipped the switch for the bathroom. Crisis was clearly disoriented, confused as to why she was even awake. I asked her what she saw, and although Crisis said that she didn't remember, the timing was too perfect for it to just have been a coincidence. Fortunately, that was the only strange experience I had in that particular apartment. Death Dreams. With reluctance, I've decided to share another part of my life that I haven't shared with anybody beside my family and my husband. For as long as I can remember, I've had dreams right before somebody passes away. Most of the time it's been family members, but sometimes it's been people I don't know. I'd first like to point out that my family is familiar with deaths. I say this because we have a large family and are pretty close with each other. My husband and I were discussing death, and why we were so uncomfortable with it. He shared that he had only had about 5 people he was close to pass. I had like 33 that my mother, father, and myself could think of. I would have rather had vague dreams about the deaths, but most of the time, due to the circumstances, I could decipher who it was. The two that stand out most are my grandfather's passing and my mother's cousin. My mother's father was a very hard-working brick mason. He'd never show weakness. When he was a child, he and his brother had to have blood transfusions. Both of them, unfortunately, got leukemia. My grandfather's brother chose to do chemotherapy and passed when I was 2. My grandfather chose to take chemo pills and lived until I was 10. Like I said earlier, my grandfather was a brick mason and a very hard worker. He worked up until a week before his death. We all know when he stopped working that the cancer had gotten better of him. For that last week, my mother and her sisters called in hospice nurses. They're the end-of-life nurses, essentially. The night that everybody was sure it would be his last, my mother and father called my father's aunt and uncle to take us to their house for the night. My entire life I remember going to kiss my grandfather and telling him goodbye. I remember my great aunt and uncle being there to take us to their house for the night, but I never really remembered going to their house or waking up to go to school the next day. But I remember the dream I had, like I was present in a room as my grandfather passed. In the dream, I was standing at his bedroom door watching his breathing slow, watching his daughters coming in and out of the room, and eventually all of them gathering together as he took his last breath. I would also like to point out that my mother knew about my dreams and came to accept them. The day after his death, I remembered my mother and father coming up to the school to pick my sisters and I up. I still see her walking down the hall to meet us with absolute sadness on her face. I was the oldest, and my sisters were still pretty young. So she looked down at me and said Pawpaw had passed. I was confused in my little 10-year-old mind why she was telling me this when I really thought I was there. I told her. I know, Mom, I was there. She told me I wasn't there, but asked why I believed I was. So on the way home, I told her about my dream, and I could see my parents exchanging glances in the front seat. Later in life, she told me my dream was accurate with the events that went on that night. But how do you deal with a child that has these dreams? The next dream happened when I was a little bit older. I would say I was about 15 or 16. At the time, my mother's uncle was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. He was a very sweet man who was religious and loved to play the guitar. The one thing that stood out to me about him was his fingernails. I thought for a guy they were pretty long. The family knew he was pretty sick and his passing would be soon. I went to bed like normal with no discussion of his looming passing, and I hadn't thought about it really. In this dream, I could see a casket. I went down the arm to see long fingernails, but I could also see flames behind the casket. I woke up distraught. All I could think about was this very religious, very kind-hearted, loving man going to hell. If he went to hell, then I wasn't making it to heaven. I jumped out of my bed to talk to my mother about my dream. Flung the door open and she was already on the phone. She was upset and I thought I knew the news that she was receiving. After she hung up the phone, before she could say anything, I asked it, was it her uncle? She said no, it was her cousin. Apparently, her cousin and her husband had kind of went to bed, and sometime during the night our house had caught on fire. They had both passed. Everything in my dream came rushing back to me, and it all made sense now. The very feminine nails, the flames, all of it. I told my mother about my dream and how I thought her uncle had went to hell. I was the death of her cousin, but I was still relieved that I didn't dream of somebody going to hell. My Mother's Day visits. In 2013, I believe it was Thanksgiving Day, my sister and I found out we were both pregnant. We were both very excited to be pregnant together. We are the closest of the four of us siblings and thought it would be a great way to share this experience. I had already had 2 children and she had 1, so the pain was trying to go to each other's doctor's appointments and have a baby shower together. In January was my first ultrasound. She wasn't going to miss that, so we went to the appointment and she sat next to me excited to see her new niece or nephew. The ultrasound technician came in and began, and like I said, I had 2 children and my sister had 1 already. So looking at the screen, you could see my child, but something wasn't right. I couldn't hear anything and thought the tech might have the volume down, and then I stared at the screen but no movement. Looked at my sister and I could tell she had the same concerns. The tech was nervous by this point and kept moving the wand around saying something, but couldn't tell you what until she said, "Let me go get the doctor." We both knew why. We sat there in silence until they both returned and the doctor came. "Ma'am, your baby has no heartbeat and it's passed." I want to add that my sister is a very soft-hearted person, and I knew the loss of my child crushed her. I, on the other hand, am not bothered by death as badly, and yeah, this was my unborn child, but I have thicker skin when it comes to this. At the time, I was okay. Fast forward to the beginning of February. I was scheduled for a DNC. This is a surgery where the doctors remove the fetus. I didn't want my sister to go to this because this wasn't really a happy time, and my mother told me that she'd go with me instead. We're also very close, so that was great. The day of the surgery, however, my mother woke up with the flu and was so sick. My dad reluctantly stepped in. Not because he doesn't love me, but because this was awkward for him. I remember laying in the bed before the surgery, my dad next to me in the chair. We were watching the news. They were calling for snow, which didn't happen often in the city that we were in. Then the nurses came to wheel me to surgery. In this part of the hospital, all of the patients were in rooms against the back wall with all glass fronts. Curtains for privacy. At the end of the hall were a set of double doors. You went right and then immediately left into another set of double doors to the surgery suite. I remember climbing onto the surgery table myself because I'm very stubborn. The last thing I remember is the anesthesiologist taking me and then telling me to count back from 10. I remember getting to 9, and the next thing I knew I woke up in recovery feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. My throat hurt and my body ached. I'd also like to point out, my dad's side of the family doesn't do well with anesthesia. Doctor came to see me and said that he had to put a tube in my throat because I stopped breathing. But everything else was fine. So a couple of hours later I was released. I just wanted to go to bed. We'd just gotten out of the hospital driveway in the first stoplight and it began to snow. We had a 30-minute drive and had plenty of time for small talk and enjoying the snow. We arrived at home and I asked my mother if she could watch my children so I could take a nap. By this time she was feeling better. I'm pretty happy to do so. Now, here's where my ghost story comes to play. As I said before, I wasn't emotionally torn up by my loss or very religious at this point in my life. I crawled into my bed and went to sleep. Then I started dreaming. In the dream, I was back at that pre-surgery room with my gown on and those fuzzy socks they give you. But now I was alone in the room and standing at the door. Looking down the hall, I could see myself. The back of me walking down the hall to the double doors. and with me holding my hand was a little boy about 1 year old, curly blonde hair, jeans on, but I could see his little diaper sticking out. A long-sleeved burgundy shirt holding a sippy cup in the other arm. We got to the double doors, and I was like holding on to my child's hand. The doors opened, and all I saw was an extremely bright light and heard a voice saying, "I'll take it from here." I woke up ruined emotionally, was crying and heartbroken, but happy all at once. My mother came to see what was wrong because she said I hadn't been asleep that long and thought I was in pain from surgery. I told her about the dream, and she hugged me and started to cry with me. I know I got the chance to see my child, and now every year on Mother's Day, no matter how cold, a tiny blue butterfly always finds me. I know some people will say I'm looking for it, but I know it's my son coming to visit me. It always gets super close to me and stays for a bit and then flies off. It gives me such peace. The last thing I'd like to add is after my surgery, my sister went to the doctor and her baby had passed as well, and felt guilty. I felt like she was so upset about my loss that it caused hers. Don't feel guilty. I think it followed me to my new place. A while back I acknowledged that what may have been a lapse in judgment on my part. I moved out of my house where I was experiencing a number of strange occurrences. I moved out because I'd gotten a better job and I'm sort of attending college part-time, so I had nothing to actually do with the house itself. But I'm fearful that whatever it was may have followed me to my new place. I moved into a 2-bedroom, maybe an hour and a half away from where I was living before. I've been here for a little over a month now. About a week ago, I started noticing sort of a few things that you could say were strange that just didn't seem right to me. The first thing that happened was this aggressive tapping outside my window. Sounded kind of like somebody's fingernail hitting my window from the outside. I live on the 2nd floor, so I don't know how this would be possible. If I had to make an educated guess, I'd say that maybe there could be an explanation for that. But it is a little creepy regardless, because it'll do it, I'll check it out, and then as soon as I'm sitting back down, it'll happen again. The second thing that happened that I can't explain is the door to my bedroom slammed shut as I was leaving. The door wasn't even remotely closed when this happened. Don't exactly know how to really write about this fear, but it scared the hell out of me. So much so that I needed to go to the gym just to work my nerves out. The last thing which happened last night was when I opened my closet door. The closet came with a mirror inside of it, which I already don't like. When I opened it to get my bag, I could see my reflection, but also the dark silhouette of a figure standing next to me. I'm 6'1", and whatever it was sort of sat near me and was roughly a little taller than my elbow. Turned around, but of course didn't see anything. I'll say that this was not my imagination, as I had seen it for a couple of seconds. This scared me completely, like I could feel my knees getting weak and my heart rate rising. Something happened on a ranch. During a school break, me and my mom and one of my older brothers went to go visit our uncle on his ranch in Nevada. I have trouble sleeping, so one night I decided to take a walk around the perimeter of the ranch, just for some air. I had made it all the way to the other side of the ranch, to the far end of the pastures. From the last fence to the woodsy hill area, it's about 50 yards. I decided to stay and look up the grassy area to look at the stars. What nobody had told this city girl was that with no trees and no light save for the barn on the other side of the ranch, you can see so many fucking stars. It was breathtaking to see the universe like that. I started whistling. I heard a branch crack, so I stopped, a little startled. Then something else started to whistle right at me. I froze, and it seemed like every hair in my body stood straight up. I couldn't move, and the whistling got louder and closer. It was almost exact same nonsense melody I was whistling not 15 seconds ago. I know what you're thinking, but birds are a thing. Bull fucking shit. I know the difference between a bird and whatever the hell that was. And this ain't even over yet, so buckle up. I, the stupid white girl in the horror movie, decided to say, hello? Something said, hello, right back to me in my own voice. Oops. And yes, I know what my voice sounds like. Slightly raspy, faint Bronx accent, usually lower pitched unless I'm excited or mad. Then it's usually so high-pitched my friends say I sound like Harlequin on Adderall. Another branch snapped, and that was my cue to fucking book it back down around the paddock's back barn main house, which was about 2 acres maybe. It was like a blur. I have knee issues from a car crash, but I didn't feel even an ache as I sprinted all the way back to my main house. I still don't know what it was. Didn't tell anyone else about it, despite my mom being an extremely superstitious person. I did a little bit of frantic Googling the day after, and the closest thing I could come up with was a skinwalker. Is an imitator always aggressive? I work in a basement at a bank. I have several coworkers. I love my job, everybody gets along great, the basement's well lit, cheerful, tastefully decorated. Very nice. And recently renovated. We have very comfortable catered conditions. We have fun conversations throughout the day. Nothing creepy at all, except for the old vault. It's an underground tunnel which used to connect to a bank across the street, but it's been sealed off in the middle. So now it's just a creepy underground tunnel in the electrical closet. But I don't feel it's malicious, it's just that dark unknown tunnels are just naturally creepy. A couple years ago, before the basement was renovated, a few loan officers were still working in their offices in the basement after 5:30. Normal occurrence. On one end of the basement was one of those big plastic trash bins on a rolling cart. Suddenly, the trash can on the rolling cart made its way across the basement floor before rolling to a stop in a now call center. The room went silent. Everybody quickly left together, unnerved. Being a bank, cameras record inside 24/7. They kept the footage of the basement from 5:45 to 6:15 and saved it in our internal server. Nothing extraordinary happens in the footage, a few bugs with discernible bodies and wings fly in and out of frame in an erratic pattern. Then there are orbs. There's literally nothing else I can call them. They're clearly round circles that move smoothly. Occasionally disappearing, but reappearing exactly in the path you'd expect them to be moving in. I'm sure I can find a way to share this video if there's enough interest. And worst case scenario, I can use my phone to record the computer screen. We've been down in the basement for about 7 months now, since the remodel and renovation was completed. There's nothing to report save for an extremely small and minor, but reoccurring occurrence. Reoccurrence, you could say. Our call center is made of cubicles that you cannot see over unless standing. My coworkers and I have all been alone in the call center at one point, and each of us have experienced the sound of somebody sitting idly at a desk across from yours, directly across or diagonally. Not discernible typing, but the sound when somebody just kind of rests their fingertips on the keyboard when they're thinking of what they're going to type. Brief movements of the mouse on the desk and general desk shuffling like brushing aside pens and paper. It was to the point where each of us have at one point asked aloud, "Oh hey, didn't realize you were back from lunch already," only to be met with silence because coworker is still at lunch. One of the offices in the basement needed some kind of work done in it, so they moved the manager who works in that office across the basement to another office temporarily. He's already back to his old office, but he wonders if something about that office being occupied has some kind of effect on the energy. The manager from that office could see the Christmas tree in the middle of the basement. Yep, it's almost March and still up, whatever. One day, just a week ago, movement caught his attention and he watched two ornaments on different sides of the tree fall, roll, and meet each other in front of the tree. A note that these were his personal ornaments he brought from home to decorate the tree with. He took them home today. The manager would frequently yell out, "Hey John, come over here," across the basement when he was in his original office. Now all he had to do was speak it to an inside voice since he had temporarily moved into the office next door to the employee. They had several times summoning him to pass on a report that needed to be done or a member that needed to be called. On the last day of being in the temporary office, John heard his boss say from the office next door, "Hey John, come over here." He got up and went to the office to ask what boss needed, only for the boss to tell him that he never summoned him. John swears that he heard this clear as day in his boss's voice. That was last week. Today, as my coworker Kayla ends her call, another coworker, Tiffany, asks, "Hey, why did you say my name on that call? What's up?" Thinking she had previously spoken to the member, Kayla tells Tiffany that she never mentioned her name. Tiffany states that she heard Kayla clear as day say her name. The energy that resides in the basement is always described as friendly and harmless. And I agree, even with my involuntary shielding ability, it seems to bear no ill will. But the mimicking is new and honestly kind of gives me the creeps. Is every mimic definitely malicious? And should we attempt to release it and free ourselves from it? Ignore it? Could this be a peaceful energy that simply enjoys mimicking? Or that's all I really knows how to do, maybe. He's been calling to me for months. Back in January, I had a very detailed dream. In this dream, I was sort of burying a body under the patio in a garden. The garden didn't look like mine, but it wasn't one that I recall ever seeing. While I was burying this body, a man who I'd never seen before was standing in front of me, watching me the entire time. He didn't say anything, he just stared at me. I remember how scared I felt, knowing I needed to keep this body a secret. I woke up the next morning remembering every detail, but it was just a weird dream, so I brushed it off. Things started to get a little strange in my house from that day. My dog started to become more reactive, barking and physically scared of something that I couldn't see on my landing. I'd woken up a few times in the night and could have sworn I'd seen a figure standing in the doorway to my bedroom. This wasn't even the worst part. The day after I first started seeing the figure in the doorway, I was changing my bed sheets. I threw back the duvet to find a spot of dried blood on my sheets. Thought that maybe I'd scratched myself in my sleep. I couldn't find any evidence of this. Changed my bed sheets and thought nothing of it. The next day while making my bed, the blood was there again. This has continued every day, and I couldn't find the source of the blood, and it was starting to drive me mad. This figure had become more frequent, almost nightly at this point. Started to speak to it, asking it questions. Maybe it needed help. Never would I get an answer. I was thinking about seeing a medium or getting the house blessed because at this point it was driving me insane. That was until last week. For the first time in months, no figure, no blood, no barking dogs. Everything just stopped. The following day, I was scrolling through social media and came across a photo of a man that was attached to an article. I hadn't even looked at the article title. I was fixated on this picture. As soon as I saw his face, I knew it was the man from my dream. I clicked straight on the article to find that the man's body had recently been recovered from underneath a woman's patio. Turns out she had stabbed him in the neck, wrapped him in a bedsheet, and buried him underneath the garden patio in November. No idea if this is just a weird coincidence or he's been trying to tell me for months what happened to him. That's a good one. Do you believe pets can haunt after their deaths? Throughout my life, I've grown up with 6 cats and 2 dogs. The cats passing slowly over my childhood. The cats we had were Zoe, Tigger, Sheba, Patches, TJ, and Jack, from oldest to youngest. Now, Jack passed away as a kitten. Sheba, the mom, wouldn't feed him. One time when we had gone out for a couple of hours, she had climbed out of his basket. My mom found him freezing. Despite a ton of effort, he couldn't be saved. The little 9-year-old me was super sad. I cried and I named him after his passing. The next cat to pass was Tigger. He was a fat cat and kind of hoovered his food, you could say. I hadn't seen him much over the course of the day, and when I would feed him at night, found him unable to stand up on his own hind legs. Mom and Dad grabbed him, nursed him for a couple of hours, and when he woke up the next day, prepping to take him to the vet, he was already gone. The vet suspected he had a heart attack. We picked up his ashes on the 10th birthday. A few months after he had passed away, I woke up in the middle of the night. No idea why, but when I looked down, I saw a cat-shaped cloud curled up between my legs. When he was still alive he and Sheba would curl up there together. Over the years, each cat slowly died. Patches in 2006, TJ in 2011. Sheba a few months later, also in 2011. Then we lost our grumpy girl Zoe in the beginning of 2012. That's when I really got to experience the ghost of a cat. Zoe was a climber in life. We'd hear movement up on a high shelf, and then things would start shooting off and hit the floor like spices. She had a bad habit of trying to eat dog food. My dad came out one morning and saw a full-on apparition of her sitting in front of the dog bowl, which she knew she wasn't supposed to do, as evidenced by the fact that she immediately ran away and disappeared. "Earned you're not supposed to be in the dog's food, you little shit," from my dad. She was also very much a window cat. You would always see her trail twitching out from underneath the window covering, tail, which my mom saw on many occasions after Zoe had passed. And finally, my experience. We had a wood-burning stove in this house, and just off to the side of it was a dining table. I was sat in front of them, but still partly between them. Right behind me, I heard Zoe's little "I want attention" chitter. Something I never really heard from her when she was alive, and she was my mom's cat, and only my mom was worthy of that chitter. Even though they've all been gone for at least a decade, I still miss them very much, and I do wish I could see them all again. Unfortunately, we no longer live in either of the homes where the activities happened. Either something in my bed is with me, or my imagination and body going wild when I was younger. So when I was in high school, I had something happen as I slept. Over the years, I've tried to justify it away. I was just asleep, even if I didn't realize it. My arm fell asleep, and that's what happened. If people can strangle themselves with their own hand when they fall asleep, then I could have done this. Only problem with these justifications is I was wide awake at the time. Still to this day vividly remember it. Trying to justify it helps myself, but doesn't change what happened. It was at night, one of those nights where you toss and turn, but can't fall asleep. Not for lack of trying, but not even a tired but can't sleep state. Just wide awake but knowing you should be sleeping. I just rolled over to check the time and saw it was around 3 a.m. Can't remember the exact time, just remember the realization of, I only had 3 hours of sleep if I conked out right then. I rolled back over to my back and threw my arms out in exasperation. Only my right arm, the side facing the inside wall side of the bed instead of the open side, hit something cold and hard. I immediately pull it back, sit up slightly and try to get a better look, and tentatively reach back out. The second I touch that cold, hard thing again, it's just a flurry of movement. Like I woke something up. Can't feel the rush of air. Next thing I know, I'm being dragged back to the headboard by my hair. Something is gripping it and trying to pull me down between the bars of my headboard. I'm fighting for my life, but also can't get a sound out. Trying to scream, but only pants escape, and I'm trying to pull my hair and my head free, but can't get a grasp of the narrow space between my headboard and the wall. I finally do get free, but it wasn't from anything I did. I had black spots in my vision at the point where lack of oxygen and still couldn't get in a full breath. I sat in the middle of my bed just circling 360 degrees for about 10 minutes, searching for threats as I tried to get my breath back. Eventually I calmed down, and this was still in my dumb teenage phase with no sense of self-preservation, so I tried calling out for whatever was there. I even stuck my arm down the headboard to see if I could feel anything. Nothing. I then got up and turned on the light, grabbed the flashlight to check under the bed too. It was empty except for a clump of hair that was underneath the headboard by the wall. Didn't get any sleep that night. Never had it happen again. What might that have been? Was it just my arm falling asleep and attacking me? Was it something else? And has anyone had anything like this happen? It's been bugging me for a while, just wondering if I'm the only one to go through something like this. Weird experiences watching The Ring. The first bit of this will be my experience watching The Ring. It came out in 2002. The second bit will be from my brother's experience watching it. I don't know if just watching a movie can bring about stuff like this, but both of us saw it, and we were at our respective friends' houses. Neither of those friends have had any issues with stuff like this before or since. So for me, I watched the movie with my friends. We were in their bedroom with all parents and siblings out of the house for a few hours. It was just the three of us, and we started the movie with the bedroom door shut, and the closet open just a bit so light on side of it wasn't completely dark. We were totally engrossed in the movie. About halfway through, one of my friends asked us to pause for a bit because they were freaking out. So we did, only to realize that the light we left on was now off. So now it was completely dark. We did the whole, you get up and turn the light on, no, you get up and you get up, till I decided to bite the bullet and just go turn the light on myself. I hop off the bed and we all had crowded onto in order to watch the movie. This was before TVs in bedrooms were really a thing for teens. So we all had to cram together to watch it in a tiny portable DVD player screen, and I immediately land in a puddle of freezing cold water. I instantly sprint to the light switch by the door and turn it on. The closet door that we had left open was now closed. The room door that had been closed is now open. The closet light was off and there was a puddle of water left on each side of the bed. No one besides us was home at the time, and we didn't bring up any of the drinks to the room, so there's no way somebody could have just spilled water. We never finished the movie that night, and I haven't seen it since. About 10 years later, I had come home after being in the Marines. In that time, my younger brother had taken my room, so I used his. Had some other weird stuff happen that I can get into another time, and I was telling my brother about it only to find out that it had the same stuff happen to him for years sleeping in that room. This led us to telling each other a bunch of other spooky stuff that had happened to us, and so I told him the story about the time I saw The Ring. It was the first time I told him about it, and he gave a story of his own that happened a few years after when he saw it too for the first time. He was with his friends and their parents. They were all crowded into the living room watching it. About halfway through, around the same part I'd stopped watching the movie, they heard heavy footsteps, and then a door slammed in the hallway behind them, like a loud slam. The dogs there didn't even bark or growl, they were just cowering away from the hallway. The hallway was one that could only be accessed through the room that they were all watching the movie in. No way for an intruder to get in any other way unless they broke a window, while all the windows in the bedroom and the hallway were locked and intact. I even confirmed it later on with the adults who were present at the time, just in case it was my brother over-imagining things. It really did happen just like that. They didn't find anyone in that hallway and had no way to explain what they heard, and also never finished the movie. Not sure at all what might have not really sure what this might have been, but still haven't seen the rest of the movie since. Curious to try again someday and see if some things happen again, but don't really want to tempt fate. Working nights in a care home. When I was 18, I worked in a care home for just over 2 years. It was a home for adults with learning disabilities. There were around 30 residents living there. The building was L-shaped with 4 units all connected to one another. You needed a key fob to enter the building and go through the other units. Across from the units was another building with offices, med rooms, an activity room, and 2 flats upstairs where 2 residents lived. The laundry room was attached to this building, but it was like an extension and you had to go outside to go in there. In the mornings, I'd be doing laundry in the laundry room and I heard whistling in the room. Couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Could have been somebody outside, so I'd brush it off. This happened all the time. Another time I was in the laundry room and I head back to the door folding clothes and I heard someone walk in and say hello. I replied hello. Whoever it was said hello again. When I turned around and say hi again, thinking that they wouldn't hear me the first time, no one was there. We used to mess around on nights filming the corridor in the dark and orbs would fly everywhere. Got a few pictures of faces and stuff, which was just crazy. I really wish I had them now, but my friend changed her Facebook and they were all saved in the messages. One of the girls got a video of the door opening slightly by itself, and these were heavy fire doors. She screenshot the video and the door opened and you can see a person through the glass. One night I was working with 2 other girls. We were sat in the lounge on a break between checks of one of the units watching TV and eating snacks. It was around 3 or 4 a.m. when we heard 3 loud bangs on the glass of the door from outside. We all jumped up and absolutely crapped ourselves. We went to every door in every bedroom. No one was awake and no one was outside. We didn't leave each other the other night. It really shook us up. One of the residents would talk to someone in her room. She couldn't walk or talk in sentences. She would say words and laugh at around 2 a.m. and other residents mentioned seeing people in their bedrooms. On nights there wasn't really one person who hadn't seen something like a shadow or figure. The place was maybe 10 or 15 years old and a lot of people died there, so it's not surprising. I want to know what band was outside the window, what they were playing. Unless it was a bang. Ned. My Nana, my stepdad's mom, and my stepdad told me a lot of stories when I was a teenager about my Nana's house. My stepdad is a non-believer of everything, the paranormal, the afterlife, and religion. So when he told me these stories, I really believe him. He's never been a liar or exaggerates. My Nana lives in the back of a back-to-back terraced housing in the outskirts of Wakefield. I don't really know how long she's been there for. She told me about a spirit she has in her house named Ned. Some small things happened in the beginning, stuff moving around and whatnot. Gordy, my step-granddad, also a non-believer, seemed to be his main target. He said he'd be walking down the stairs, wash basket at the top of the stairs, and a sock would hit him in the back of the head. Or one day, the wash basket knocked over behind him. He'd put his towel on the rack of the bathroom, and when he got out of the shower, it would be on the floor on the other side of the bathroom. My Nana was sat in the living room one day watching TV. She turned to the side, and a figure stood next to her. He was wearing a striped shirt with large cuffs on the wrists. My Nana ran up the garden screaming to Gordy. She said she was too scared to look at his face in case it was horrible looking or something. Another was when my stepbrother's mom was pregnant with him. She was sat on the sofa and on the leg of her PJs started slowly raising up her leg. My Nana shouted, "Ned, stop!" and her PJ leg dropped back down. My uncle also had an experience. He was on leave in the army. He had a friend staying with him at my Nana's. He let his friend sleep upstairs and he slept in the living room. In the middle of the night, he woke up to the dog flying open. The dog flying open. And the dogs, 2 tiny Jack Russells, came charging into the room looking unsettled. My uncle then saw a figure run from the back door into where the pantry is. He was that scared that he slept on the floor upstairs next to his friend. When I used to stay over, I would share a room with my stepbrother. He's a few years younger than me. He used to be terrified of Ned, and some nights he'd get some really weird feelings. We would wake up hearing someone walking about our room or on the landing. My stepdad didn't say much about his own experiences in that house, but he did tell me that he came home from base one weekend and saw his neighbor across the road pull on his motorbike. It was at his usual home time from work. He waved at him, said hello back. My stepdad went inside and my Nana asked him who he was talking to. He told her the neighbor, and my Nana seemed shocked. That guy had died in a motorbike accident that week. My stepdad didn't know because he was posted a few hours away. The Shadow Man. When I was around 13, my mom, older brother, and I moved into a 3-story built house. It was a new build. It was like a housing estate and only about 5 years old. I had 2 friends over in the middle of the day watching films, and we decided to play a game. Me and my one friend were stood at the top floor of the house in the bathroom, which was directly at the top of the stairs. My other friend was stood at the bottom of the stairs. They were laughing and joking, and then suddenly what looked like a black sheet covered the bathroom door, then seemed to disappear into my mom's bedroom. Me and my friend in the bathroom both looked at each other in disbelief, and my friend at the bottom of the stairs saw it too. She was stood on the stairs in disbelief. I used to help my mom a lot with housework. She was a single parent and worked a lot. I thought I'd hoover up the stairs before she got home. Must have been around 5 p.m. As I was hoovering the stairs, I saw a black figure at the bottom of the stairs looking at me. I stood straight, turned around, always thought of him as a he, ran into the wall and seemed to fade into the wall which connects to the garage. Nearly every night I would wake up at random times to use the toilet, and he would be there, just stood in my bedroom. The thing is, though, he never scared me. I didn't feel frightened or uneasy when he was around. I felt like he may have been looking out for me. But you never know. Me and my friends gave him the name Simon, a name that popped up into my head after seeing him a couple of times. Other little things would happen, like things moving around the house when I swore I put them somewhere else, or I would hear someone on the stairs when no one was in, or feel like someone was in the room with me. But yeah, like I never really found him to be scary or make me feel uncomfortable. When I told my mom about it, she told me not to be silly and to stop watching horror films. But I overheard her talking to my stepdad, saying things that she thought something was in the house. I got talking to someone in the village I lived in. He said the housing estate was built on what was believed to be a Roman burial ground. Never heard that one. It was right on the river, and I know back in the day it was the quickest way from the village to the other village. Maybe a lot of bodies got dumped there when they're being carried back to their villages. It used to happen a lot back then. One of the strangest paranormal experiences of my childhood. Have you ever heard of the backrooms? That maze of nondescript rooms and hallways that seems to repeat itself over and over again. A place with no windows, no doors, and no obvious way out. A place where you always feel like you're being watched. Just a creepy pasta, right? Just some strange story you read online. Nothing to worry about, it isn't real. It's real, and I've been there, or at least to some version of it. I have to be lying, right? After all, I'm just some random person on the internet. You don't know me, and I don't know you, but I'm not lying, I promise you. My name is Cole. I'm a 26-year-old woman, and I grew up in a town in upstate New York. My childhood home is old, built around 120 years ago. The land it was built on is even older still. My town sits near what was once a front line for the both French and Indian War. The American War for Independence, also known as the American Independence. Because of the amount of historical bloodshed that occurred around my area, we obviously have had our fair share of not-so-living residents. My town and several of the cities around me are known for ghostly hauntings. I can also attest to that. The area is practically a swirling pit of paranormal energy. So it comes with no surprise that my home is among the many to experience its share of inexplicable goings-on. From toilet lids slamming to doors opening and closing, unexplainable footsteps, and even the occasional appearance of a strange shadowy figure moving in the corner of your eye. There was even a point in time where I was too afraid to sleep in our living room, simply because I was paranoid of what might happen. Before my being to be able to tell the backroom story, I have to give you a basic layout of the house. It'll be pretty important in just a little bit. When you approach our house from the street, you'll notice that it's basically at the top of a small hill. You have to kind of go up 2 steps just to get to our property. Then it's another small set of stairs onto our front porch. Then another real step up into our home, and when you enter the front door, you enter into what my family calls our front hallway. Basically, it's a pretty good-sized room separate from the rest of the house by a pair of beautiful French doors. To the left is the main staircase to the second floor, and to the right is my dad's office, what used to be the front parlor. For those of you who don't know that there's sort of a reason for the living room, it's, well, pretty well called a living room, basically. Funeral parlors didn't become popular until about the 1920s, so when a person died, their funeral was held at home. And considering how the front parlor in my home is set up, I don't doubt that there is at least one funeral held there. Anyway, after you pass through the French doors, you come into the dining room, living room separated by a good-sized archway, and then a short hallway leading to the basement door. A second staircase in the kitchen with a butler's pantry and a small half-bathroom attached. The second staircase is different. Where our main staircase is, it's grand. Obviously meant to impress. This one isn't. It's dark, fully enclosed, and hidden away behind a solid wood door. If you walk up the main entrance, you will enter into a moderately sized hallway. To the immediate right, you'll come across the first and arguably largest bedroom. Down the hallway and around a left turn are the other 2 bedrooms. Large bathroom, a door to the second staircase, and my mother's sewing closet. And a nursery. My childhood bedroom was directly across from my mother's sewing closet. I used to sleep with my door open and always terrified of my mother's sewing closet. It's closed off by a set of double doors, but there's always been something dark about it. To me, unless the light was on and my mother was actively working in there, it always seemed like there was something lurking inside. Something evil. I had a number of experiences in that room, most of them not involving my mother's sewing closet. There are a few experiences, however, that stick out in my memory. They're a bit far. Well, they're, I guess, rather, by far, the strangest dreams I've ever had. Alright, I said it. My strangest experience revolve around dreams. Go on, poke some fun. I'll wait. Poke, poke. You done? Okay. So all throughout my childhood, I would have strange experiences around the time I'd be falling asleep or shortly thereafter. There are a few times where I can remember waking up in my mom's sewing closet. In front of me was the narrow opening to the closet. This closet actually does exist, and it really is as creepy as I'm about to describe. It wasn't so much a closet as it was a gap between the walls. All exposed rafters, an old dirty linoleum floor, and no light source to speak of. In my dream, I would always walk into the closet. I would walk and walk, never reaching the end. I'd either turn left or right and climb through a little hole in the wall. What I saw on the other side still weirds me out. I actually try to not think about these dreams as much as possible. Anyway, I would enter into what looked like a near-perfect replica of my own home, only it was massive, seemed to go on forever, and everything was pure white. What was strange, though, was no matter where I went, in this other house I could never find my own room. It's like I didn't exist. The door would be, there'd be nothing. In fact, no matter which hallway I took, always ended up back in the main area of the house. The first few times I had this dream, I felt completely safe. It was just me, this weird-as-fuck house, and a childish need to explore. When the dream was about to end, I would always end up climbing back through the hole, back through the closet, and into my mother's sewing closet. But then it changed. The more I dreamt of that place, the more degraded it became. What had once been a pure white had turned into a dirty, sickly yellow. The place had once been consumed by a soft white light, that glow was long gone. In its place were dingy, flickering lamps that seemed to create more shadows than they did light. I went from loving the thrill of freedom and exploration to becoming almost scared to move. I would still explore, but I felt like I was being watched, like I was being haunted even. Those dreams would end up with me running for the hole and escaping my mother's sewing closet as though somebody had set my ass on fire. Thankfully, I haven't had a dream like this in years, for which I am very glad. Every time I think of what I saw, I can't help but shudder. Haunting of the Stockade District. To help set things up, I should tell you that I live in a small town that's more of a suburb for a city just across the bridge. The city across the bridge is several hundred years old. It was founded in the late 1600s. It was little more than an outpost for those who wanted to govern themselves. It was a small, little more than a few city blocks. Decades passed with little consequence for the little community. However, that was not to last. In the weeks and months prior to February 8th, 1689, the people of the outpost wrote repeatedly to the regional governor. Their walls had no guards, their garrison was empty, and they didn't have enough cannons. In short, the outpost was defenseless. It was in the middle of the French and Indian War. They came that fateful night on February 8th. The French and their Native American allies came knocking. The raiders came down upon the outpost in the middle of a cold New York winter. They marched past 2 snowmen the town had erected as the one and only defense. Through the snowed open gates, they waltzed into the middle of the slumbering town. In a frenzy, the French and their allies razed the town to the ground. Of the town's inhabitants, 60 were killed, including 38 men, 10 women, and 12 children. A portion of the Albany militia, along with their Native American allies, pursued the raiders, in the hopes of rescuing the 27 captive villagers as well as the 50 horses the French had stolen. Sadly, the rescuers were only able to liberate 5 men. The rest were taken back toward Montreal, where they said to have been tortured to death by one of the Native American tribes that allied themselves with the French. Those who survived and escaped capture, they fared little better. They were forced to trek through the wilderness on a cold February night with nothing more than their nightclothes to keep them warm. Many did not survive the journey. As if this story weren't brutal enough, the French are said to have done horrid things to the villagers they terrorized. There is one tale in particular that stands out. It's that of a young mother trying her burning home, with her infant wrapped tightly in her arms. She made for the door. She found her path blocked by a young French soldier. Backing away, she found herself cornered against the flames. "Is he heavy?" the soldier asked the young woman. She had done little more than nod when the soldier ripped the baby from her arms. He held the baby by the feet and swung. The child's head smashed into the doorway, splattering its mother with its brain. Whatever happened to the mother afterwards is unknown. That was the worst thing I read this month. I apologize to anybody listening. Hundreds of years later, and the remains of the victims are buried in a local cemetery, original headstones and all. It's called Vale Cemetery if you want to look it up. As sad as their fate was, it seemed that even in their eternal rest, they're still tormented. To this day, there are reports of statues bleeding from the head, screaming and crying. I can vouch for the strange things happening there. A few years ago, I decided to try some new photography techniques. I'd gotten a camera for Christmas, and the weather had finally started to warm. My friend and I decided to explore the historical sites of the neighboring city. The first place we went was Vale Cemetery, so I could use some of the statues to practice taking portraits ahead of my participation in a weekly art class that I'd started taking that winter. Once I got home that evening, I went to put all the images I'd taken that day onto my computer so I could weed them out. To fine-tune the ones I decided to keep, only to find that every single one of the several hundred I'd taken at Vale Cemetery to either be gone entirely or corrupted beyond use. To this day, the entire district that was built on top of the burned outpost is extremely haunted. It's also said that Vale Cemetery is extremely haunted too, with reports of black and white figures walking between headstones, shadows that sit among the branches of the trees, strange singing in the church, and statues that cry and bleed. Are there any urban legends that you've experienced firsthand? So here's my story. When I was 14 years old or so, I used to experience some creepy as heck stuff in my sister's 2-story house. She never believed me and accused me of making it up to try to scare her family. So I used to sleep over all the time, but slowly things started happening. I kept waking up at 2 or 3 or 4 a.m. I was always having trouble falling asleep, so they would all sleep at 9, and I wasn't used to that since my mom would let me sleep whenever I wanted. Well, it started off with me just having sleep problems, but then I started noticing a dark spot in the hallway, darker than anything else around it. And at night I'd stay over, kind of just started to get darker and more detailed, till I finally realized it looked like a man standing in the hallway. I was looking into the room I was in, or so I thought. I couldn't make out the face all, I just knew he was wearing a hat and he would stare into the room, obviously. I'd be freaked out and I would force myself to sleep. One time I remember going to the swap meet and my sister's family had some lady who went up and grabbed my hand and told me, "You see stuff, don't you?" I was puzzled and my sister intervened and said, "I can help you." She then turned to my sister and told her that she sees things that are trying to get her attention. Don't let her interact with them, they're dangerous and they know she can see them. They want to cause harm, so be very careful. She turned to me and said, "Don't talk to them, don't give them your attention." She walked away and she was a completely random woman, but I remember the day so clearly. It was during the time paranormal stuff was happening at the house, and then everything that was happening became too much. I didn't want to sleep over, but my nephew insisted I did, because they wanted to spend time with me, so I decided on the worst. And last night, changed rooms, I slept in the next room with my niece who was around 8 or something years old. I was thinking things would be different, but oh was I wrong. That night I had no trouble falling asleep, but this time something changed. Instead of me waking up on my own, my niece woke me up at 3 a.m. to take her to the bathroom. So I did. We went back to bed. As I was lying there having trouble sleeping, and I heard a little girl giggling. I turned to look at my niece and just asked what was so funny. She was fast asleep at the same moment. A kitchen toy set that was no longer working or had batteries went off. The toy sound of bubbling, not water, but went right off after the giggles, and I turned to look down the hallway and realized the shadow wearing a hat had been looking into that room the whole time. Not the other one I was in to begin with, but when I freaked out and something started pounding on the wall right next to my ear, I pulled the covers over my head and panicking, thinking, holy moly, I don't want to get dragged downstairs. Then everything went quiet. And all of a sudden I hear something whisper my niece's name into my ear. Well, I don't know why this was happening, but after that night I decided never to sleep over at my sister's house ever again. Skip years ahead. Now a few months ago I'm watching a YouTube video online of urban legends, paying half attention as I'm crafting something when I hear the words. This legend is about a Hatman, and it instantly got my full attention. I looked up scary stories after the Hatman, and everything everybody was saying was exactly like how the stuff happened to me. I never knew the legend of the Hatman, but apparently I experienced it, and hearing it now of some of the people with worse experiences and even physical ones, I'm feeling very lucky. There was other paranormal things that happened to me in that house, and to my nephews, but that was probably the worst thing to ever happen to me. First period. For those of you who don't want to read the whole thing, my experience with an urban legend was the Hatman. See ya. Step into the shadows with Paranormal M, your gateway to the supernatural. Join us as we unravel mysteries that defy logic and explanation. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications. Drop a thoughtful comment, perhaps, and stay tuned to our latest eerie adventures. Let's journey into the darkness. A fallen soul says hello. During the pandemic, circa 220-221, I had to attend my medical internships for 2 to 4 weeks. My mind was constantly on low battery since I'm a frontliner. My body was on autopilot whenever I walked home. I had enough spatial awareness not to get hit by a car, but won't understand you if you walked up to me. I feel ya. Walking in my uniform, I was plugged into my headphones and walked past the apartment blocks near my house. A short distance away, I noticed someone on the ground. An older man in the 60s with a beer belly and an undershirt and shorts lying face down on the ground. I was surprised he laid there undisturbed. I was about to go check on him, and a hard tap on my shoulder scared the crap out of me. A slightly annoyed policeman was speaking to me and took 3 tries before I registered what he said. Apparently, the old man had jumped from the apartment across from mine and was pronounced dead on sight. I happened to walk past the perimeter that the police was cordoning off. I was early enough that they hadn't blocked the area with tape yet. The policeman had been trying to get my attention, to not walk that way. I was surprised the man didn't look like he was injured at all. No blood or bruises, still pink in the hands too. Being too tired to respond, but equally shocked, I murmured an apology and just walked around the perimeter after being ushered out. After a long break in processing what happened, I went down my merry way until a little encounter the following morning. My doorstep looks down over the area where the man had fallen. The morning was silent, and the sunrise glazed the space in gray shadows. It was too early for anybody to be walking around. My newly rested eyes registered a small pot-bellied man looking my way. He noticed my uniform and waved a morning hello to me, but pretended not to look. Something weird happened to me in a forest, and I still can't forget it. This thing happened to me in the past when I was around 9. I always used to hang out with my oldest cousin. He was 7 back then. We were pretty inseparable at the time, at least before everything changed when he turned 18. I was spending a night in my granny's house. I used to sort of be her personal dog sitter. He decided to come and hang out with me before he suggested a good idea to go into the nearby forest. It was almost next to her house. We were living in a medium-sized city, but the forest is almost always near buildings in some parts or areas. Around 10 or 11 p.m. to just walk around the edge of the forest, since it would be foolish to go deep into the forest that late. I nodded and told him that it would be a pretty good idea since we were bored and feeling adventurous. So we headed out and just started to walk toward the edge of the forest, and having a small adventure. But that didn't even get half an hour before the weird things started to happen. I remember when I was standing against a big tree and looking just in front of me, while my cousin was near my side, like 6 or 7 inches away from me, and seemed to be searching something which is still unclear what exactly what. But when I was looking in front of me, I saw red eyes staring at me. It was out of nowhere, but they were far away from us. I turned toward my cousin and asked if he was seeing what I was seeing right now. He just ignored my question, so I turned back to look at the eyes, and they were closer than before. Blinked a few times, but of course I couldn't see anything around them, and they weren't getting any closer now. I only saw trees, and I turned back to him, asked the same question, but he kept ignoring me. So I turned one last time to look at them, just to see if they were even closer. I just kept watching them, feeling a little bit afraid at this moment. I swear that they started to come towards me even when I didn't look away. So I just grabbed from his hand and just ran as quickly as I could with him until I saw the street lamps. After that, I've never seen or experienced the same thing ever again. The funniest thing is that I never heard them letting out any kind of noises when I was approaching, even if they would have been a lot of branches on the ground and it was the size of a wolf or a dog. This has been bothering me. Just made me question myself, like, What would have happened if I didn't run away? What if I would have just stood there to find out what that thing was? Even if it's been 16 years already when it happened, it's been staying in my memories. I think I had a black Stickman sighting about a year ago, but I think it attempted to touch or contact me in some way. So this occurred about a year ago. I had to walk to my bus stop on the way to school. Usually I'm driven, as it's about half an hour walks away and my bus leaves at 7. But I had to walk up this day. Anyways, I'm in the southern hemisphere, Australia specifically, placing this in the middle of winter when it was still pitch black outside. As I just got to the end of my driveway where the road starts, I saw someone walking on the other side of the road. Their body was dead black with no facial features or really anything at all. This scared the shit out of me. Even more so as I live on a backcountry road with no one else around, meaning it wasn't just someone going for a walk. Terrified and hoping it was just somebody going for a walk all the way out there for whatever reason, I tried to speak to them and just say hello. When they completely ignored me, I got my phone out and shone my torch on them. As I did, they disappeared, starting where the torch was. That was enough for me to nope the fuck out of there and just start walking back toward my house. But I walked backwards, facing where I saw the entity, as I was really far too scared to turn around. As I did, it came back into view, but it was much larger, 3 to 4 meters tall when before it was the size of a normal person. I could see it glowing as it got larger. It continued to follow me back until I got back inside of my house where I just stayed. I ended up getting my mom to drive me to the bus stop instead. I was just far too scared to go outside and walk down there again. That's all there was to the encounter. But there's some other things worth mentioning. Things I should probably note. This was a one-off encounter. I've never experienced or seen anything similar before or since. In the weeks following the encounter at night, I heard 2 people conversing, but couldn't make out any of the words, whilst I was either the only one home or everybody else was asleep. It was ruled out by a doctor that it was psychosis or something similar. When I encountered it, I immediately had the most fear I've ever felt before, but I wasn't frozen in place and I could still move. I also felt a general sense of dread, common with Stickman sightings. It seemed to have multiple sides, but also be 2D, like a sprite from an old, Doom game. Not pixelated, though. It was dead silent when I saw it, but I think I may have heard it walking. It was not gliding, and I could see it bobbing slightly as it walked. It did not look at me until I started retreating, when it was staring at me and coming toward me fast. It had no facial features of any sort. I didn't notice any air illusions around it that I can remember. It seemed more bulky than normal Stickman. It was more like what you would see in a bathroom male or female sign. For a few weeks after the encounter, I heard people walking around my house, changing from walls to ceiling to floor. This wasn't rats or anything, it was definite human footsteps. I was fully awake and alert at the time. I didn't get the sense that I shouldn't be seeing it or anything. If anything more, it felt like I was meant to see it. And lastly, I know what I saw, and that it was real and not any illusion from the light or anything else. My haunted bathroom. So to start with a small background to my story, I'd like to say that my mother's side of the family, especially her and my grandmother, they've experienced a lot of paranormal experiences during their lives. Some small ones that are probably explainable by logical things, and some very scary. Sometimes almost unbelievable ones that I wouldn't believe if they didn't come directly from them. So since I was a kid, I always had a passion for paranormal things. I would always ask family members to tell me stories about frightening things they've experienced. I would watch paranormal story times and read paranormal stories, on the internet, all the time, really. But I never looked forward to experiencing anything paranormal myself. I wasn't scared of it, but I just didn't really want to. So I never played Ouija or did anything to cause paranormal things to happen to me. Now, a few years ago, I was 14 or 15, I think. I studied in the French system, so we basically have 2-week vacations every 2 months. It all happened during my 2-week vacation of April, during my last year of middle school. As the 15-year-old teenager that I was, I spent the night watching Netflix, YouTube, checking my social medias, and talking to friends. I slept way after sunrise every day, like maybe at 6 or 7 a.m., something like that. Because I slept so late and woke up pretty late also, like 5 p.m., my rhythm was completely fucked up. So I was always washing my face, brushing my teeth, and using the bathroom very late at night. One night I went to the bathroom I share with my sister and washed my face before going to sleep. It was around 3 a.m., and keep in mind, I only used the bathroom sink. I didn't use the toilet. Right after I finished, while I was just washing my face and brushing my teeth, I started walking toward the bathroom door to go back to my room. That's when I hear a noise coming from my toilet. Sounded very, very weird. Just like multiple children whispering at the same time. I wasn't scared, and yet I thought I was making scenarios and that the noise was just a problem with the pipe. So I moved closer to the toilet and approached my ear to the back of the toilet. That's where all the piping is. Only to hear the same thing but louder. I can swear to you that I heard in the pipes of my toilet at 3 a.m. voices of multiple children chatting together quietly and indistinctively. I didn't hear any words, just a quiet hubbub. I'm Muslim, so after experiencing that, I just went back to my room and read the Quran before falling asleep. I don't know why, but I really wasn't very scared. Later that day, I told my mom and my sister what happened, and they just told me I was paranoid and that it was just water running down or a problem with the pipes. But I knew, and I still know what I heard. 2 days later, I was taking a shower in the same bathroom, and at this point, I've completely forgotten what had happened. At around midnight, I think, when I got out of the shower, I looked at myself in the mirror and saw many little red scratches all around my torso and my breasts. They didn't hurt at all, but they were very noticeable, and I, at the time, didn't have nails long enough to scratch myself that much without noticing it. I even tried to scratch myself to see what it would look like. Didn't look like the scratches I had. And it wasn't caused by hot water because since I've been a kid, my grandmother always told me not to use hot water at night. It's a Muslim belief. So when I showered at night, I showered with room temperature water. Of course, it scared the shit out of me, and I rushed to my mom to tell her what had just happened. She reassured me by telling me that there's really a logical explanation. But deep down, I think she was scared too. She told me to pray, to stop using the bathroom and especially water late at night, and to put the Quran in my room before going to sleep. At this point, I was horrified and I used the guest's bathroom instead of mine. And I never went there late at night either. It lasted a week or so, and then I started to use my bathroom again. Nothing happened for a few days, until one night. It was 9 or 10 p.m., not too late. I was in my bathroom, washing my face, brushing my teeth. The usual night routine. Now, as I already said, I share the bathroom with my sister, who's not experienced anything weird in it so far. And that night, she knocked on the bathroom door. She wanted to use it. Told her I was almost done and she'll have to wait. A few minutes after that, I heard a laugh behind the bathroom door. It was kind of a creepy, evilish laugh, and I asked through the door, my sister, why was she laughing? She did not answer. So I asked again, and she still didn't respond. I then slammed the door open, and then there was no one there. I went to the living room only to find my sister talking with my mother, with the TV turned off. I started shouting at my sister and telling her that she wasn't funny, that she knew I was scared of that bathroom and that her prank was just dumb and mean. I really thought she was pranking me. She didn't even understand what I was talking about, and the same for my mom. So I explained to them what just happened, and they both swore it wasn't them. They looked scared, and until this day there's no logical explanation for that laugh. My phone was in the bedroom and there wasn't any video games on, and if it did, I couldn't have heard it from my bathroom. The living room TV was turned off, my mom and sister were talking and not laughing, and once again, I wouldn't have heard the laugh if it came from the living room. As I said, this happened a few years ago, and since that time, nothing else happened in that bathroom, except 3 days ago. This is what made me want to post about my story on Reddit. My sister wanted to take a shower late at night, and around midnight. That's when she entered the bathroom. She saw her cat in it, growling at nothing. My sister told me about it, went back to her room and waited for the next morning to shower. Consult the cat. Chatsworth cult sighting. There's a hiking trail near Chatsworth Park. It's on the northwest side of the valley next to Los Angeles. It's well known for being adjacent to Corriganville, which is close to Spahn Ranch. It's essentially called the Manson Hills, which is where Charles Manson and his followers used to hang out. If you end up hiking there, it is not too exciting. You may see a few bobcats and red-tailed hawks, though. This fact is very inconsequential to the story, but still relevant. We used to sit class at Canoga Park, hike to the hills. We'd smoke weed, drink without fear of being busted by local law enforcement, because it was far too out of the way for LAPD's jurisdiction. My buddy Gail used to talk of seeing strange creatures and figures. We would always think it was because he was high or messed up when he hiked the hills. There are also several homeowners that have property up there that was known as a safe place to party. One night when we were walking up the path near the base of the trail, we saw several hooded figures. These figures were holding lanterns and walking very slowly up the path. Being so comfortable with the trails that we've used so many times, we thought nothing of it. Until we decided to go up over the ridge and follow them. They suddenly disappeared. Anyone who's been up in the hills here knows that there's a considerable amount of wildlife, even though it's next to the city. It became really quiet. We all had the feeling that we had to turn back. And I also want to stress that during daytime, this trail would have been no problem. But at that moment, I had the fight or flight feeling. We felt like it was like a general danger for our lives. Never ran so fast a trail in my life. Once we reached the dark trailhead at the bottom, Gail looked up and pointed at the ridge above us and screamed, "Dude, what the fuck?" We all looked up and saw what I can only describe as a really tall man that was pitch black. No noise, no reaction to her presence. We left. We then decided to go up to another spot to hang out. Late night, up Stunt Road. Been to the park since then, but never after dark. It's closed down now for a couple of years due to lead being found in the hills. And it's since been reopened. Did the lead move? Haunted apartment. To start off, we've lived here for about 5 years. There's not too many nights where it's quiet. We have friends over and we're often up playing video games to the early morning hours. It started a few years after we moved in. Most of the activity happens around 2 to 4 a.m., especially when it's just us, in the apartment. I have a perfect view of the kitchen near the front door. If anybody passes between that space, I can see from my bed. Around the golden hour, sometimes I'll see a person pass that space in the dark. It's even happened when one of us are asleep on the couch in the living room, with the glow of the TV projecting on the kitchen. It's never a definite shape, only a shadow or something moving across that space. There was this one 4th of July weekend about 2 years ago that really hit me. The light was on, I was in my bed, and I definitely saw somebody come through the front door and pass into the living room. Thinking it was my friend coming home early from Las Vegas, I went to the living room and said, "Hey man, I thought," only to find no one. I immediately got freaked out and got the chills. Even though I'm a grown man, I decided to close and lock my door and get underneath the covers. After a good half hour of silence and watching Star Trek, the door popped and swung open. I have to admit, a little pee came out of me. Other than that, it's quiet, but every once in a while we hear steps in the kitchen on the cheap linoleum. No one will be there. Moving stars in the night sky. So for the past several months, I've encountered a very strange phenomena. Every night I sit on my back porch and look at the stars. Back in April, I was doing just that. It was around 10 p.m. and I was sitting at the top step. I found Venus in the night sky. I was mesmerized by its constant red flaring from the solar radiation. There was 3 stars surrounding Venus, one to the bottom left, one to the top right, and one to the bottom right. As I was staring at the planet, I noticed that the star at the bottom right began to move. I've been looking in the same point in space for a solid 5 minutes before it started to move. It went up and up, gradually getting faster and faster. Now to me, it looked like it was going up, but I was looking south, so it may have been moving north, but from my position, it looked as if it were traveling straight up. After 2 minutes of watching this object get farther or closer to me, it disappeared into the black abyss. I know what you're thinking. Stars can't just decide to travel away from its respective solar system and just yeet itself off into space on a whim. And you're right. But something very, very strange happened tonight at 9:30 Eastern Standard Time. It's a very clear sky tonight, and I can see millions of stars in my sparsely populated neck of the woods. As I was watching Venus flash its brilliant red colors, I noticed that exact same star was in the exact same position, to the bottom right-hand side. I watched it intently, looking to either side of it to help my eyes identify movement. Sure enough, after 10 minutes of manic staring in anticipation, it began to travel up. The hairs on the back of my neck and my arms stood up so fast as if they were trying to rip themselves out of the follicles. I got an incredibly uneasy feeling in my stomach. There was no flashing, no sound, nothing to identify it as a plane. And planes that just, don't have VTOL capabilities can't just chill in the air. I've never ever seen a plane travel this fast. Must have been going Mach 12 or 13, literally the fastest thing I've seen in my life, and accelerated from stationary to extremely fast, instantaneously. By the time I stood up to get a better look of where it was going, it was gone, completely vanished. I was sitting on the top step looking up at the sky, completely stunned by what I just saw. I knew I wasn't imagining anymore. I lit up a cigarette and smoked half of it in like 3 hits. I ashed over the banister and looked back up. Oh my fucking God, slipped from my lips. There were an entire fleet of these stars that I've been looking at for over an hour, moving the same direction as the first one. I counted 26 consecutively before I succumbed to my gut feeling and went inside. I do not live near an Air Force base, or any other military base or outpost. I do not live anywhere close to an airport. The same stars returned to exactly where they were the next night after my experiences. Doesn't happen all the time. I have no logical explanation for any of this. Pulled my phone out to try to record what was happening, but it was far too far away. The light was so dim that my camera couldn't capture anything. If I have to invest in a legit camera for nighttime sky photography, I will. This isn't fake. This isn't made up. This is reality. I think something is impersonating my boyfriend. I've been living with my boyfriend since March. We live in an apartment, so you can pretty much hear everything because it's kind of small. Few little things that have happened. Like feeling like someone or something is watching me. Things falling, keys moving when they're laying down, doors closing. I choose to ignore it because I've been dealing with this shit for like a long time. Usually ignoring it, for me at least, will make it stop or not engage any further than the little things. Then yesterday happened, and I'm honestly a little bit scared now. So I'm taking a nap in our room and my boyfriend says he's run out to do something. So I go back to sleep. I guess like 15 minutes later I hear a door open and close and usually make noise at each other, so he starts making the noises that we do when we walk in. I was too tired to do it back, so I just went back to sleep. I'm not that much of a heavy sleeper, so I'm aware of what's happening around me. So he walks into the room and it sounds like he drops his jacket on the ground, and I kind of open my eyes. I'm awake now because the vibe that I'm getting from him is just not good. Like I feel scared that he's in the room because I know he's angry at me. Something didn't feel right. I don't know how to explain it. I just know I wasn't dreaming because I moved my fingers and my arm a little. I even kicked my leg a little to make sure I wasn't asleep, or even having like sleep paralysis, or even lucid dreaming. I looked at the time too. It was around 5 p.m. He exhales angrily and leaves the room. I'm still pretty tired, so I just go back to sleep, but I don't know how long it was. My eyes shoot back open because I hear the dishwasher swing open and he violently starts putting the dishes away. I do the same again with my arm and leg just to make sure I'm actually awake. I got scared again because he didn't get angry at me like this, and I was just thinking in my head like, I was gonna do the dishes when I wake up, but guess you want to argue when I wake up. Bastard. And a couple of nights ago, he got a little irritated with me because I didn't do the dishes. Nothing serious though, just a little bickering. So this is me thinking he's extra mad about it. Sat there pretty scared, then fell back asleep. I guess another 20 minutes go by and I hear the door open and close again. I'm thinking, what the hell, did he leave again? Not tell me? But I don't feel scared this time. I hear him put his stuff down and the TV turn on. Waited a little bit to come out and I'm like, hey. And he's like, hey. He's like happy to see me and gives me a kiss and I'm like, okay. I go and open the dishwasher and they're still in there. Kind of gave him a look and said, are these the clean ones? And he's like, yeah, can you do them please? I asked how long he's been back and he says about 10-15 minutes. You okay? So I do the dishes and brushed it off, but then I really started thinking about it. Whatever this thing knows a lot about us. It knows that we're into kind of getting to a thing about the dishes. It knows the noises we make at each other. And I swear to God, it sounded just like him. It's like it knows how to lure me to it, basically. And this isn't the first time it's talked to me in my boyfriend's voice. I was talking to a friend on FaceTime one night, and I was getting a drink out of the fridge, and I heard my name softly said. Hi, Poof. It's my nickname he has for me. It sounded like it was right behind me. I jumped, and I was like, you scared the It wasn't there. Look at my friend and told her I was like, what the fuck? And another time I was sitting on the couch, and I heard it again. Hi, Poof. And I looked up, walked back into the bedroom, and he was sound asleep. One night was really scary because I heard this noise. It didn't sound human. awe. It came from the bedroom. I was on the couch, and my boyfriend was sleeping in the bedroom. Waited a few seconds, and darted back there. Wasn't about to leave my boyfriend with whatever the fuck that was. He was sound asleep and nothing there, and of course I woke him up and asked him if he was okay, and he was. He even told me one night he said that I came into the bedroom and stood on his side of the bed and apparently said, "Why are you sweating?" Which never fucking happened. I did come in later and just sort of took some of the blankets off him and said, "You're sweating," but not in a rude way, and he said, "I know you said that earlier," and I was like, "Fuck no." He said, "Yeah, you did, and you were standing on my side of the bed for some reason." And I said I didn't, though. He was like, "Okay, then." Another night I walked back in there and whispering something to him and walked out. Apparently, whatever it is has impersonated me, too. He also said he was sleeping one night and felt something sit on the end of the side of the bed. He quickly turned the TV on and didn't tell me till the next day. My mom experienced something scary about a week ago. Now, the most I've experienced there was, it would be like 3 or something in the morning, and I would hear what sounded like 2 ladies talking. I didn't feel scared, though, more confused because I didn't sound really like my mom or my boyfriend's daughter. Couldn't make out what they were saying, and everyone for a fact was sleeping. Kind of thought I was just crazy until my boyfriend stayed over, and at like 3 something in the morning we were awake. Went downstairs to get some water, and I heard it again. I stopped, listened for a few minutes, still not hearing what they were saying. Shook it off, just went back upstairs. And as soon as I got into my room, my boyfriend was like, "Did you hear that talking?" And I was like, "Yes." Sort of relieved because I wasn't crazy. Neither of us felt scared that we had heard talking, knowing it couldn't have been my mom or my boyfriend's daughter. Now my mom's story. So she calls me this past Saturday, and she told me something happened. Now, mind you, my mom sleeps with earplugs, and she never really hears anything, and the AC in the center room is kind of obnoxious. She's dead asleep with earplugs. She starts hearing footsteps in the hallway, as if a man's walking with heavy boots. She's sleeping away from the bedroom door. She takes out her earplugs, and she already feels nervous hearing this. When you get to my mom's bedroom door, there's a single step that you take into the room. Whatever the fuck it is takes a step down into her room. She's so terrified she hides underneath the covers. She said that it slowly walked to her side of the bed, and she just started to feel it, staring at her. Then it walked over to her boyfriend's side of the bed, and I don't really know how the fuck it didn't wake up, but sort of walks back to each side of the bed, and I think 1 to 2 more times until my mom finally got the courage to say, "Go away, I don't want you here." From under the covers, too. Poor thing. The next thing she said made my heart fall out of my ass. She said it walked back over her door, and it was like it took its shoes off. Continues walking around each side of her fucking bed. She's literally sweating under these covers. She's literally stuck in fear. When finally left, she wakes her boyfriend up. She's told him what had happened. Of course, he's a non-believer, but he still said not to say anything to his daughter. She just turned 18 and she's fragile, and my mom agreed. She called the old owners of the house, and it was like 5:30 in the morning, but she didn't give a fuck. She asked if they experienced anything, and the son said that they had heard someone walk up and down the stairs, walking in the hallways late at night. Basic shit for ghosts. The next day, my mom's boyfriend's daughter looks at my mom and says, "I gotta tell you something that happened last night." Her heart dropped. So the daughter wears glasses, and she put them on her nightstand. She says that when she's sleeping, she heard her glasses being shaken around on her nightstand, and she also froze. She didn't want to see it either, I guess. My mom still never told her what she experienced. But the next night they all slept in the living room. They got sage, and when all the rooms in the house are all opened. All the windows, anyway. I was overcome by the feeling that I should flee as fast as I could with my life after pulling into a gas station while on a road trip in the middle of the Nevada desert. So I finally talked to my friend into moving from Seattle to Texas. We decided to split it into 2 parts, the first last week moving her stuff in a rented SUV since we both had some time. We decided to take the trip on all the back roads. We stayed at a mineral springs resort in the middle of nowhere in Oregon. That was amazing. And the second day, we got up to drive to Vegas. We took US 50, which is known as the loneliest highway in America. So I'll admit before this, it was 8 to 10 hours before we had any human contact. I'm a former over-the-road trucker and a U.S. veteran, so I'm used to traveling to different places and being in new surroundings every day, but it also taught me to listen to my instincts. And let me tell you, they didn't come in loud and clear while I was on this trip a few hours away from Vegas. Rather, they did come in loud and clear. We stopped to get gas as we rolled into the place. It just looked dazed, aged, very outdated. My friend decided to get gas. I walked inside to look at the place and get some snacks. I can honestly say that I can't point at any one thing that was going wrong, but the feeling that overcame me was indescribable. Basically told me that this place was the phrase I would use for, out of place. If I wanted to leave or be able to, I just need to go right now. Now, I'll admit this could be my own experience, and maybe I just had a bad feeling and I was imagining things, but the minute I decided to leave without buying anything or even using the restroom, I swear, everybody in the place started looking at me. And I don't mean just the employees, but the patrons, too. I went quickly to my car, told my friend that she believed in my instincts. We went in, got in the car, left right there. We did, and we didn't breathe easy until we were 10 miles away from that place. Child voice in the woods. The following is my account of what occurred in the woods while kind of hiking a couple days ago. After lots of frustrated research, I haven't come any closer to explaining my experience. Hopefully somebody who's had a similar experience or knows what they're talking about and kind of stumbles upon this. I don't post often, but I figured someone on here might be able to help me out. I'll give it a try too. Tuesday afternoon, I decided to take advantage of the nice weather, go for a little hike or a walk. I wanted to explore a nature preserve I'd only previously explored briefly. This nature preserve happened to be nestled between a cemetery, a church and a school, and a mental health hospital. After about 30 minutes of uneventful walking in the woods, I came across a slightly developed area. It was tucked down a hill and in the middle of the forest. I was shocked to find a paved area and a couple isolated concrete walls. A feeling of adventure and discovery took over, and I instantly became excited to explore. When I stepped close to the paved area, things started to change. I started to feel a little uneasy. I didn't pay much attention to it, but when I made it to the paved area, I became confused. There was an empty metal chair sitting in the middle of the clearing, on the concrete. Part of me was fascinated as I thought this looked cool and creepy. I snapped a quick picture, too, to capture the moment. After staring for a minute, I decided to investigate this chair. However, I again got an uneasy feeling when I got closer to the chair. Due to this, I decided it would be best to not explore that area today. Slowly turned and began to walk off as quietly, and I said, "This place is creepier than I remembered." This is when my first experience occurred. Almost like someone was responding to me, I heard a loud and direct, "Nobody likes it here." I quickly whipped around to scan for the person. Based on the voice, it would have been maybe a 5 or 8-year-old boy. However, when I turned around, there was nobody to be found. The likely explanation would have been some kid just playing in the woods. This doesn't add up, though. This was only one path in and out of the area, and I was standing on it. I also didn't see another person the whole time I was there. the absence of my parents or any real route in or out suddenly hit me. My concern quickly changed to fear. I took a last look, only to see nothing before I started sort of sprinting up the path and out of the woods. I eventually caught my breath, but still, I had no explanation. Even after I heard the voice, there was no movement that I would have expected to hear from a person. I've never had anything close to a paranormal encounter before, and I've always been pretty skeptical. However, now I don't know what to think. I can't rationalize the voice or situation at all. Historical research hasn't given me any special leads. My cat said goodbye before he died. Or did he? I used to sleep in the master bedroom of my house. Keywords are used to. This is the experience that made me move rooms and become uncomfortable going up there. I still live with my mom and my dad. We used to have a cat by the name of Comet. When we moved into the house we currently live in, problem is he had a sickness of the liver and didn't live past 1 year old. He was an inbred cat, so it was bound to happen. Of course, he was inbred on accident because my last few cats were all sort of related, lived outside, and he was from that litter. This was when he was kind of getting awful. We were trying anything to help him and keep him around. So I put him on our screened-in porch so we could get some air. I did this around sundown in the early summertime, so it's like 8:30. Then I went to bed and I awoke to a strange feeling in the night. I didn't open my eyes. I was more or less half asleep, half awake, but not paralyzed. I could still move. I tossed and turned a little until I felt something climb into bed with me. I reached out to it and felt the oh-so-familiar coat of Comet. The mass was the same size as him, and its purrs sounded like him, so I thought it was him. I stopped petting it, and I felt a mass jump off my bed. Cracked open my eyes and searched for the light, and once the room was lit, I hopped out of bed, looked around the room, and there was no cat to be seen, and my door was shut, like it should be. So I thought Comet had hid under my blanket, which was a favorite spot of his. Walked downstairs into my parents' bedroom. They were both up and scrolling through their phones like they commonly do at night when they can't sleep. "Okay, which one of you brought Comet in?" My mom looks to my dad with a confused look on her face. "We didn't. Did you let him in and forget about it?" I was certain that I didn't, so I went back upstairs and looked under my bed, and sure enough, no cat. A day or two later, Comet died of liver failure, and we brought him to the vet. To this day, I don't know how to explain what happened. My door was shut when I left to talk to Mom and Dad, so even if Comet was up there, he couldn't have left the room. To this day, I still wonder if that was my dying cat or something pretending to be my dying cat. Or if your cat went out of your room when you went to your parents' room. If it wasn't that, then it's what you said. Ghost Train Peak, South Carolina. I was 22 years old and just moved in with my cousin. We had a band, so of course we tried to party hard. That being said, we always had a house full of bandmates hanging out. One spring night we were done practicing and chilling in the living room. I was sitting on the couch across from my cousin who was passed out in his recliner. All of a sudden he springs up from his recliner, looks me in the eyes and says, "We've got to go to the train trestle now." The train trestle was an old abandoned torn-up railroad track that led to a still intact wooden bridge over the river. We grew up in a small South Carolina town, and there wasn't much to do, so we would go hang out at places like that to drink and hang out. Back to that night. When my cousin sprang up and said we've got to go to the trestle now, I thought maybe he was joking or just really baked. But he kept saying it, and he was dead serious. The trestle was 30 minutes away, and it had to be after midnight, but this was so crazy that I had to go. So we start heading out the door, and all of our friends outside smoking asked what the hell was going on. I told them what my cousin said, and they couldn't pass it up either. So around 6 of us piled into my cousin's 93 red Ford Bronco and headed out. The 30-minute ride to the trestle was completely silent except for a few drunken, "What the hell are we doing?" My cousin kept saying, "I don't know, I just feel like we gotta go." Turned down the gravel road that leads to an abandoned train trestle. Followed up for like a half a mile, make a left turn, and we're looking at the trestle at about 11 o'clock vantage point. We all get out of the Bronco and walk toward the bridge. We don't even make it 10 steps when a faint light appears in the distance, and it keeps getting brighter. The light keeps coming, and now it's crossing the bridge. Remember one of my friends fearfully asking, "What the hell's going on?" The light keeps getting brighter and brighter, and I finally comprehend what I'm seeing. It's a train. The train was bright white and gray, completely silent and passing from our right to our left within 20 yards. Then out of nowhere, the train just kind of slows to a stop. At this point, I'm in such disbelief that all I can do is stare. I know I sound crazy, but I swear the next thing that happens is people start walking off of the train. They're wearing what appeared to be like my 20-year-old brain, just old clothing. I remember top hats on the men who were grabbing the bags and women in big dresses departing the cars. Next it gets a little fuzzy because it's been 17 years, but the people just vanished, and the completely silent train starts moving again and slowly disappears to our left. After the train disappears, we were in complete shock. Reality sets in, we start freaking out trying to figure out what the hell just happened. I can't remember who yelled it, but somebody screamed, "Let's get the fuck out of here!" We all bolted in the Bronco and tore out of there. 17 years later, I remember it like it was yesterday. Family ghosts are in my house. When I was little, my mother used to find me talking to what seemed to be the wall. Yet I would tell her, "Old man, Mommy." It was always friendly, and none of us feared it. Mom used to think it was her grandfather or somebody from my father's side. It went away when I turned 7. As life went on, when I was 8, my father passed away, and since then I've always seen stuff. I feel he's watching over me. It was only a few months since Father passed, and weird stuff was already happening. My father had this very distinct aftershave, and I had a bottle of it on my desk as a way for me to remember him. I woke up one night at around 10 or 11 p.m. Sure, I went to sleep at around like 8 or 9. I have a loft bed. It's got a desk underneath, bed on top. And I always kept my desk lamp on. I wake up to hearing stuff move, and I see a figure of a man under my desk. I freeze. I can't move. I can't speak. I see his reflection on the wall in front of my light. I see him moving around, yet I feel safe. I hear the sound of what's the aftershave bottle being used, and then I can smell it. After sitting there for a while, it feels like he looked at me. Looked at the wall, then right into my eyes. I get this sense of happiness and fear at the same time. I didn't feel scared. The light flickered a little, and I saw the figure leave my room. The next morning I wake up and tell my mother. She seems happy, almost excited, and cries out of happiness and tells me it's my father. Or that's what she thought. A lot of small stuff's happened since then. Now another big one happened only a few weeks ago. My partner and I were laying down in bed watching a movie, and she tells me, "Baby, I think there's something under the stairs moving." We get up to go investigate as we hear stuff moving and open the door to nothing. But we can hear stuff moving still. The smaller part is at the back where the sounds are coming from, and I know just from the sound of it it's the box of family stuff. Pictures, medals, books, toys. It always came to me it's my father trying to communicate now, and he's always seemed to be looking out and after me. But this is all I have to share. But it was good. My fiance and I saw a spirit at her mother's house. So last week we spent a week at my fiance's family at my mother-in-law's house. Everything was fine when we got there, but the second day that we were there, her grandmother tells us that a couple was murdered in the house several years ago. They even showed me the article for it later in the week, and I'm torn. I really want to share the article, but it includes a picture of the house which would essentially dox them, and I don't want to do that. So I'm intentionally being vague on the location details. Anyway, this was creepy, but not a huge deal, but she told us this, because my fiance's grandmother, and my fiance's uncle, they'd both seen things in the house. One being a time where the chandelier in the dining room was swinging, and when Grandma rebuked it in Jesus' name, it stopped. And my uncle-in-law saw it too. Another time they saw a woman walk out of my mother-in-law's bedroom, turn around and walk back in. But my mother-in-law wasn't home, and again, Grandma and Uncle Manny saw it. We were all kind of skeptical because nobody else in the house had any experiences. So on the third night, my fiancé was complaining that she needed to go to the bathroom upstairs, but it was dark. We were staying in the basement, so I offered to go with her. She had to go with me outside to get our charger out of the car, and then we left. It was really dark outside, too, and I didn't want to go alone. Side note, my sister-in-law and her stepdad left earlier in the day to go visit family, and had been gone for a while. So about 20 minutes before we decided to go upstairs, 4 of the dogs in the house started barking. We assumed that they had gotten home. We head upstairs, and my fiancée has her phone light on, and when she opens the door, we notice the sink light in the kitchen is on. It's usually off at night, but again, we attribute it to her dad being home, or her stepdad, rather. So when you open the door from the basement, you enter pretty much in between the kitchen and the living room. The kitchen's on the left, living room on the right. There's also a dining room across from the basement door on the other side of the wall, so you can kind of walk into the living room, then turn left into the dining room, then turn left into the kitchen. So it's essentially a circle. With that established, on to the encounter. She opens the door. I'm still a few steps behind, so I'm about eye level with the door, and I see a pair of legs facing away from us in the living room. Then they turn and walk into the dining room. We walk to the top of the steps, and I notice it's really quiet, and I wait for whoever was there to come around the corner. But after a second of hearing nothing and seeing no movement, my brain went into denial mode. I started to think I was mistaken, hadn't seen anyone, until my fiancé says unprovoked, "I'm not crazy, I just saw someone." Which I immediately confirmed that I did too. So we thought that maybe her stepdad was messing with us, because this is something that he would do. So we give out a couple hellos before my fiancé goes into the living room on the right night and just stand in the kitchen. So if he was hiding around the corner, he would have to pass by me to get away. She confirmed my fears and said, "There's no one here." I triple-checked by going around the other way to confirm that no one else is in the room. I'm Christian, and I always thought in that situation I'd be kind of saying like a mighty prayer, to rebuke any spirit, but instead I squeaked out, "In Jesus' name," and before we booked it to her mom's room and just woke up to tell her what we saw. We eventually went to the bathroom together, prayed in the bathroom together, rushed to get the chargers, and hurried back to the basement where we woke her sister up in the next room and told her what happened. We prayed again, went back upstairs, grabbed some water, and prayed again in the living room. Ended the night back in the room watching The Office to try to lighten the mood so I could fall asleep. My fiancée confirmed that what she saw was a man's full figure with a white shirt and shorts who had his back to us, then turned and walked into the dining room, which was consistent to what I saw from the knees down. So yeah, that's my story. If it wasn't for also seeing it with the person I trust the most, I think I would have immediately rationalized it away, and even after having a witness, I still second-guess it sometimes. But it was a crazy experience, and very surreal. Last side note. Before this happened, I had spent the previous 2 to 3 hours watching spooky videos from a YouTuber named Nexpo. I literally paused the video on my phone to go upstairs with my fiancée. So to go from watching that to immediately seeing some kind of spirit was surreal. This wasn't a regular sleep paralysis experience. This sleep paralysis occurred about 5 years ago. It was the first time I ever experienced it. I would go on to have sleep paralysis on and off for the next couple of years, and those experiences I can really find reason with and explain, but I cannot fully reason and explain this experience. So to get on with it, about a year before I had this experience, I would frequently see the number 323. It could be 323 time, on a receipt, and a phone number, just anywhere you can think of. I kept seeing this number. I didn't take notice immediately, and when I did, I dismissed it. It didn't really mean anything at the time. It was a number I oddly kept seeing. The night I had this experience was like any other night. I remember opening my eyes and just laying there. I did not need to pee or turn or move or flip to get comfortable, if that matters. I'm just laying there half awake when I begin to feel like something's in the room behind me. I wasn't scared, I was just confused as to whatever was there should not be there. So after a few seconds of laying there confused and half awake, I was hit with this feeling of impending doom, like I was going to die and there was nothing I could do about it. It was a pretty horrible feeling if you don't know. I was still waking up and processing all of this, so I didn't freak out yet, but a few seconds had passed. That's when I felt some sort of pressure on my side, like something pushing down. Then I felt something odd in my ear. That was when I woke up fully and tried to move and realized I couldn't. After some attempts at moving and nothing happening, I gave up. I think that feeling of doom got to me. I then felt my head dip a bit in the pillow, and within a few seconds it was over. Immediately got out of bed, out of the room, sat in the living room. When I looked at the digital time, it was 3:23 a.m. I was shook, and I still am. I still don't know what to make of this experience, but I believe there was more to it than just sleep paralysis. I believe something was in my room, and I don't know why it was there or what it was. I've forgotten the feeling that came over me that night, but I remember at the time I thought it was evil. Nightmare or something else? I was wisely using my time last week in browsing TikTok. Nice sarcasm, sir. Or ma'am. I saw some guy saying the next time you're dreaming and you're aware that you're dreaming, ask the people in your dream what the time or date is. The people in the comments were saying stuff like people in their dreams stating that they were in the future or something like that. Thought that was cool and didn't think much of it afterwards. So fast forward to last night. I'm dreaming, doing my sleep thing, and I become aware that I'm dreaming. So I ask the people in my dream what the date and time is. They turn into black shadows and their eyes go red, and they say that I'm not supposed to ask that question. So obviously that wakes me up. I am 1000% awake. I have an awful feeling that somebody's looking at me, so I try to go back to sleep, but damn, I had to pee. Close my eyes, go downstairs with my eyes shut the whole time, pee, and come back upstairs. At this time I feel like I'm fully awake enough, so I open my eyes. And I am still laying in bed somehow. So I go downstairs, put some water in my face. I'm awake. Take my temperature just to make sure that I'm okay, and my temperature is 101. At this point, I'm convinced that I'm just having a fever dream. Go back upstairs, it's my husband in the bed. And I lay down and go back to sleep. In the morning, he wakes up and goes downstairs to take a shower. I follow shortly afterwards and go pee and talk to him about my crazy dream last night. He tells me that absolutely crazy. Takes my temperature. It's still 101. I feel like that can't be right because I feel fine. Suddenly I'm awake in bed again, and the exact same scenario of my husband waking up and going downstairs and me following him continues to happen multiple times. The last time it happened, at the part where I would take my temperature, my fever had broken and it was 97 Fahrenheit. My husband swore up and down that that was the only time I'd taken my temperature that day. Anyways, I've been questioning whether I'm awake or asleep at all, and I've come to the conclusion that the only time I can make sure I'm awake is when I take my temperature and I don't have a fever. Any logic that can make my anxiety go away would be much appreciated. It all ties together. As a small child, I would see an old man every night. He looked like a farmer in a t-shirt and like bib overalls, but they hung on him as kinda did his skin. Like he was just skin and bones and he wore some kind of small billed hat. He glowed green. Every night he would walk out of my parents' room and across the landing that served as my twins' room, and then down the stairs. Never felt scared or like he was bad. I always just watched him do the same thing. Him never noticing me either. Every night, except one. One night as his face was level with mine, he turned his head and looked at me. I wasn't scared, but I did feel as though I'd gotten caught doing something I wasn't supposed to be doing. Turned around and walked back up the stairs and came to stand next to my side of the bed. Wasn't scared, but shut my eyes and pretended to be asleep anyway. Like I would be if my mom caught us talking after we were supposed to be asleep. I was 4 years old and we only lived there a year or less, but I remember a lot of weird shit that happened in that house. Fast forward to when I was 12. I was asking my mom if she believed in ghosts. She does, and she asked me if I did. I told her that I did and related the above story. My mom blanched white as if she had just seen a ghost herself. I asked her what was wrong and she said, "That's JJ." Then she told me the following. When my older sister was 3, and my mom was pregnant with my next sister, 9 and 6 years older than me, she lived in a very small house miles from the towns in central Nebraska, and her husband was at work with their only car. It was sunny that day, but the weather changed quickly in the afternoon and worried my mom. The sky got ominous. The wind whipped up and my mom grabbed my sister and just took shelter in the cellar. It was loud above them like a freight train with the wind banging all around. My sister starts wailing. She actually still hates storms. My mom, a scared 17-year-old herself, and just began looking around for something to distract my sister. The first box she opened had a beautiful angel in a clear box, Christmas tree topper. My wailing sister grabbed the box and became quiet as she gazed at the angle. Angel, I think they meant. They sat, my mom and my sister on her lap, both looking at the angle as the storm noises faded and then stopped. They stayed down there for a few hours, poking through the boxes of the previous tenants. That's before my mom was brave enough to venture back upstairs. She said, "I don't know anything about tornadoes, and I don't know if or would come back or not." I would have said, "What?" As she came out, she only had one shutter that had been knocked loose on the house. The corn wasn't very tall yet, and she could see the nearest neighbor walking toward her through the path of destruction left by the tornado. They assures each other's safety, continued to follow the path. It seems the tornado had been aimed straight for her little farmhouse when it abruptly changed directions, etched a half circle around the house, then finished off another quarter mile on its previous heading, a straight line with a 50-yard semicircle around the farmhouse. Lucky. Neither she nor the neighbor could believe her luck. She says the angle protected her. Is it angle? Is it angel? She says the angle protected her, and we used that topper. It's got to be an angel. On our Christmas tree every year of my childhood. Fast forward a few years, and my mom's living in a different state with the same husband as my sister's. Side note. My mom married her first husband at 13 and her second husband at 17 because he said he'd sort of pay for her divorce to an abusive first husband if she agreed to marry him. She only liked him like a brother, but took the deal and married him as she had no other means to get away from her abuser. Apparently, the poor South in the 1960s was a fucked up place to grow up. Never loved the second husband, but he was a kind man who loved her very much. She knew a woman while she was living there who claimed to be a medium and a clairvoyant, and that woman had told her, Mom says without knowing anything about her, that she had a guardian angel. It says angle, but I said angel. That had picked up from the farmhouse, his farmhouse. He had died in the farmhouse during the Great Depression of starvation. His name was JJ. She also told my mom that she hadn't met her true love yet, but that she would, and his initials would be SDS. A few months later, she got the courage to divorce again, and a few years later, she had a fling with a guy that resulted in her being pregnant with twins, myself and my twin. My dad's initials are SDS. They got married when we were 5. Some things just feel more than like a coincidence. Never heard the story about the meeting before that day, and in fact, she had never told anybody because she wanted the ribbing she'd get for it. Didn't want the ribbing she'd get for it. My mom had always spoken of her guardian angel, but never by name or degree. I always assumed that she meant her Christmas tree topper, because I did know that story. Something mimicked my partner's voice. I was out in the garden with a friend when my partner, we're going to call him Bob, called our dog. Let's call him Spot. Just his name. Spot started running towards his name and then stopped dead in his tracks. He stopped at the same time it took Spot to hear his name and run a few steps. I thought, Bob's calling Spot. I wonder why. Wait, was that Bob? That last thought came just as Spot stopped with one front leg raised mid-step. My friend and I looked at each other, eyebrows raised. Did you just hear that? Yeah, it was Bob calling Spot, my friend replied, a bit dubious. You see, Bob was about 100 yards away, last I knew, and his voice seemed to come from closer and to the right of where I thought he was. Feeling something was off, I yelled, Bob, did you call Spot? He responded, What? From where I thought he was, and because he's a bit hard of hearing. Trying to be heard, I yelled, Did you call Spot? To which he replied, Spot! Thinking I was asking him to call the dog. And instantly, Spot takes off running to Bob. My friend and I look at each other with one more eyebrow raised and agree that that was weird. 10 minutes later, when Bob joined us in the garden, I asked him if he called Spot. He said, Yeah, you told me to. And I said, before I yelled to you. He said no, and he thought it was weird that I was telling him really, to call Spot. Told him what happened, and he immediately guessed that it was a raven mimicking him calling our dog. Then I was dubious, assuming a raven wouldn't exactly sound like him, or enough alike to fool myself, my friend, and Spot. Also, we've never heard of ravens talking before. Fast forward 3 weeks when I mentioned to my friend and a group of people who have never been creeped out at our place before, but that I can't stop thinking about it. He says, Me too. Then suddenly remembering, he turned to Bob and said, Earlier today when you walked up the hill, did you call for Nick? Remembering his partner who was also visiting, and Bob said, No, I don't think I've ever called for Nick. My friend then relates a similar story to the first one, hearing Bob call for Nick, but not from where he thought Bob should be. Feeling doubtful, then going to find Nick to see if he had heard it too, and he hadn't. This happened outside, and we live in a fairly remote place in Northern California. It's a national forest. It borders 3 sides of our property. We have neighbors to the north of us. None of the neighbors are close enough to hear, and they don't sound like Bob. I looked into corvids, as having many ravens and stellar jays. The first one could be explained by this. Bob calls Spot often enough that it's not too far-fetched for a corvid to be mimicking that. The second one's a bit harder for everybody involved to really swallow. Bob hasn't said Nick's name very often on our property, mostly just in the last week that they've been visiting, and certainly not calling it. I also looked into cryptids. I was told once that the natives believed an entity lived on the mountain I now live on. Wasn't told much, just that it was neither good nor bad, but that the natives stayed well away from it. and I hope you guys are well far away from a bad night's sleep. See ya.